right now. So everybody, we're live on YouTube. We just got just under a minute until 1 o'clock.
Matt, I switched over to my headphones and my phone. Is my sound coming through appropriately?
Yes, it is, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
And I have 1 o'clock on my clock.
Matt, this is Albert. Is my sound okay too? Sometimes I wonder about it.
Yep, Chairman Summers, you're coming good. Yep.
Thank you.
Albert, your voice sounds kind of gruff to me. You've been yelling at cows?
Had 2 weeks of moving cow duty, and you got to call them by their first name sometime, and that can make it wear your voice out.
How come they all have their first same name?
All right, it's 1 o'clock. We're back. Let's go ahead and resume. We left off with Pikus and Auden going through their methodology and the study. And where we were is they had come to an appropriate break point where they talked about evidence-based model. And we had opened it up to questions to the Recalibration Committee. We'll see if there are any more Recalibration Committee questions, and then we'll turn to the Joint Education Committee. Any more questions from the Senate? Senator Cost.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. A couple of things that I had. First of all, I appreciate the senator from the Ivory Tower talking about NAEP, because NAEP is very definitely showing great growth in the state. And the unfortunate thing is, because of the way they handle it, none of our districts can get any of the data or anything to be able to find out how they're doing or what the progress is. So we're unable to use it as really a guideline for our gain. But my concern was because our state test is not nationally normed or nationally comparable very well with any of the rest of the states, I wonder how well we can really determine growth. And then the other part of that really puts kink in it is when there's changes every 1, 2, or 3 years with the test and the way that they're presenting it, it makes it rather difficult for our school districts to be able to get that 3-5 year growth so that we can show what's going on. Those are all things that present problems, and I was just wondering if Mr. Pikus would be able to address how they try to adjust for that, or how you look at it, because to me it almost sounds like it's a shot in the dark to hopefully hit something because of how skewed it is. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Senator, if, with your permission, I think Alan might provide a better answer than I would. So unless he punts it back to me, I'm going to see if he'd like to answer that question.
Mr. Co-Chair and Senator Coast, I think the only thing I would say is that in the next, it'll come up in the next slide, the EB model is really focused on providing resources so that not only your schools can deliver what's in the education basket, but it can move more and more students up to and beyond a proficiency level. And it does make it complicated over time to track your progress when your state test has changed 3 times in the past 15 years. On the other hand, I think it's okay for you at the state level to look at NAEP to see how you have progressed over those, because I think most people would say looking at NAEP gives you a good indication statewide as to kind of where you are generally, where you are relative to national averages, and whether you've improved over time.
Thank you. Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Dr. Pikus or Dr. Oden, either one. how many states use the EB model, use your model? And of those states that use it, you know, how does Wyoming rank as far as following your model? So, you know, I'm sure everybody, you know, there's other states use your model and they probably, you know, don't toe the line exactly either. So kind of how do we rate with your other states in following your model?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, let me try to answer that. Wyoming has been our Wyoming and Arkansas are the two states that we've had the longest relationships with in this process. And both states use our model fairly closely in terms of how they actually resource their schools. Wyoming is probably the closest to it of any of the 50 states. Arkansas has modified it a little bit. And then they also do staff-based updates of it every 2 years, or at least they did the last time I talked with them about it. Of the other states, it varies a great deal. Some states have used our model to get an estimate of what an adequate level of funding is without actually determining that they need to allocate resources based on that exact model. Most states have a sort of foundation amount or base amount of money that they fund per student in their funding formula, and this is used to determine what that number should be, and then they've left their funding allocations alone. So it's used more frequently as an estimate of how much, rather than actually the allocative model that we use in Wyoming and that they use in Arkansas. So that's the main difference in what happens. But you are probably most you use the model more reliably or more directly, I think, than any other state. That's my sense of it.
Thank you.
Representative Connolly.
Sorry. I just want to follow up on Representative Summers' question, which honestly I thought was a little bit unfair in terms of how many follow it, because what we do is we have you give us the evidence-based model, and we have the components that are in it, but then we allocate funds based on a block grant. And so I'm curious about the existence of the block grant in other states that you have worked with, or is there more adherence to the actual EB model in terms of allocation of funds?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Representative Connolly. It's an interesting question to answer. There are 50 states and 50 school funding formulas. For the most part, if a state simply asks us to do a study and we determine that the amount of funding per pupil should be $17,000 per pupil, and they put that in their formula, and that's a high number because there are other things that go into these models. A lot of the decision of how those resources are spent is up to the local school district. So that becomes parallel to, if not explicitly, a block grant. That is, they make choices. If in Wyoming we use the evidence-based model to get you an estimate of the total level of resources, and then it's a block grant, so districts can have some flexibility in the choices they make. Alan just sat up. I suspect that means he's going to add something to it. No, perhaps not. Okay. We're so used to sitting next to each other when we do this. We always sort of know who's going to say what, when, and how. So this is a little bit of a challenge in Zoom for us. So we'll get this worked out. I promise.
Yeah, I would just reiterate that most states, even the states that have based their funding levels on the EB model, allocate most of the funds in a block grant. They might pull out, like you did, the instructional facilitators, the instructional coaches in a categorical grant. They may pull out the tutors in a categorical grant, but by and large, however they get to their totals, generally they allocate it in a block grant.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'd like to go back to the testing conversation. And I'm curious if, as opposed to using test results, there are instances where it's more outcome-based, where determining how graduates from the high schools do after they leave high school, whether it's going on to higher education or good paying jobs or staying out of prison or whatever, is that a methodology that's used anywhere?
Do you wanna-
Want me to try?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Co-Chair and Representative, we sort of rely on the research that's in the research literature. And most of that research for the most costly pieces of the model, class sizes, et cetera, link the results to test scores and usually math and reading, sometimes science. There are a couple of studies or areas that have followed the impact, through the school system and into lifetime activities. One would be the Tennessee STAR study of the class size reduction to K3 and K3 down to 15. And they've shown that those students who got those small class sizes did better in middle school, did better in high school, and do better in the job market and have higher salaries, as does the research on several preschool programs. But I think on other items like coaching in schools or things like that, tier 2 interventionists, there may be research that follows kids into lifetime activities, but not that we're aware.
Thank you. Any other questions? Senator Coe.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question, going back to 16-to-1 and K3, that was not specifically in the EB model, but was not that a recommendation from you as consultants based on best practices and research that 16-to-1 and K3 was so beneficial to kids reading well by third grade, that the smaller class size was recommended by you as consultants, if I'm not wrong, but it was not necessarily a part of the EB model. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Senator Coe, actually, small class sizes in the primary grades K through 3, have always been an important part of the model. What you'll see when we move forward a little bit into describing the components of the model for the committee, typically our evidence-based model would resource elementary school students in grades K through 3 at 15-to-1, and beyond grade 3 for all other students at a ratio at 25-to-1. In Wyoming, we've used 16-to-1 in grades K through 5 to 6, depending on the grades in the elementary school, and 21 in the grades above that.
Or the legislative model.
Which is the legislative model, is that you use here. And that has grown out of our work, in our early work here, as we were working on these things and understanding the research. The numbers were similar. Wyoming was accustomed to those numbers in their model. They worked a little differently in the past, but those general models around class size. And so also there was some sense that the School Facilities Commission was building schools under the assumption that those were the rough sizes of classes themselves in those schools. And so the legislature elected to use 16-to-1 in grades K through 5 or 6, again, in an elementary school, if you will, and 21 in secondary schools. So every other state, our model would say 15 K through 3 and 25 for grades 4 and above.
Okay, thank you. Any other members of the Recalibration Committee have any questions to this point? If not, I'm going to ask education members, if you'd turn on your video if you have a question, you can ask a follow-up question at this point. Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In my area of the state, there's a great concern about making sure that our students have a mechanical aptitude when they graduate from high school, either to go into the workforce or to go into post-secondary training. How are you going to look at that during the recalibration process? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Freeman, we recognize that vocational education or career technical education is an important component of an education for high school students. And with your permission, we're going to, in a few minutes, describe all of the elements of the model, and it will appear as part of that discussion. So I'm happy to describe it now, but I think it'll work better if we fill it in the order we think it makes sense to present it. Thank you. And please ask more questions if. need be.
Any other members of the Joint Education Committee have any questions or comments? Representative Summers, do we want to throw it open for public comment, or do we want to wait a bit for that? All right, we'll open it up for public comment on, oh, no, wait a little bit. Thumbs up on wait a little bit. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I think one public comment period on this whole topic is good enough. So at the end, would be my suggestion.
Sounds good to me. Thank you. Mr. Pikus, Mr. Otten, I have a question, and it's not anything you have to answer now, but I'm going to be looking forward to the answer as you work through your presentation. And my question is this: when people talk about a resource or cost-based model, their focus tends to be on dollars, on the input and the number of teachers, as opposed to not the money, but the method. So exactly how is that school being managed, that district being managed, and how are those teachers approaching their teaching methods? And going clear back to your first report, you talked about a number of best practices, not just necessarily resources, but best practices, which in subsequent reports you said, by and large, you may regard as what's now come to be known as professional learning communities, collaborative teaching amongst teachers, continuously checking back with the data to see how the kids are doing, are they advancing, trying to improve the effectiveness of teachers by the least effective being buddied up with more effective teachers and so forth. So I'm looking back at, and just bear with me here, this is a report from 2009, use of school resources. The state is concerned about instances where districts and schools are not using resources in ways that lead to improved student learning. And then on page 4 of that report, you said you've looked at studies in districts around the country that have produced dramatic improvements in student learning, and you've seen it's districts where they've doubled student performance, and you argue that the resource recommendations you have are sufficient for Wyoming districts to double performance, as I understand it. And then what you said in there is that's not the way, using your methodology is not the way the districts are actually deploying the money. So then if you go to 08, I think 09, you repeat that same concern. Then you have an accountability report in 2010. There was general consensus the state had provided substantial, more than adequate resources in state schools, but many, if not most, of the members of the committee, as well as citizens, were disappointed in the modest performance gains that had been made. There was concern that districts are spending dollars provided by the formula in ways that differed substantially from the theory of improvement built into the funding model. And then if we go just into your 2016 report, which was just an excellent report, you said that the legislature has increased operating revenues per pupil by 62% in the past decade. Student achievement has not risen at that same or even a similar rate. Our analysis of NAP suggests student performance has improved some, but far less than the rate of increased funding. While outcomes, the table suggests students are performing better than they did in 90 and 03, the improvement has not grown as fast as the growth in dollars spent on education. So then you circle back again to the idea that school districts are taking the money generated by the model, but they're not spending it in using the best methodology. We would argue that the funds the state has provided to its schools through evidence-based Wyoming funding model provides resources that could be used to boost student achievement to higher levels than have been obtained to date. Wyoming student achievement has grown at, funding has grown substantially higher than student performance, and in no case do at least 50% of Wyoming students achieve at proficient or advanced levels, performance levels critical for student opportunity. So I'm just hoping that as we go through this, we will focus not just on how many dollars we're giving, but why are some districts high performing? They're adopting your methodology, and some are taking the money but teaching the way I guess they've always taught, or I know you expressed puzzlement in here. Some of these districts you say are being driven by some other theory of educational learning that it's hard to discern. So, and you could give us a brief comment on maybe the methodology rather than the money that's baked into this model, and whether you're going to be looking at that in the course of this recalibration as well. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I think we very much intend to answer that question. As we proceed along, I'm going to let Alan address it directly now to see how far he wants to go. And I think as we proceed through the rest of our presentation, you'll see how we get at doing exactly what I think you're looking for.
Yeah, Larry, if you can start sharing the slides too.
I'll be glad to.
Mr. Co-Chair, yes, thank you for reading all that material. I feel badly you had to go through it all. But
oh no, it's all well done stuff. It's fascinating. It's well done and fascinating.
Our perspective, and I'll be even more explicit in a minute, is drawing upon the research on individual elements in the model, as well as case research, where schools have put all the elements of the model into play into a cohesive strategy. The goal is to produce large improvements in student learning. For a while, we said double. That might have been too aggressive, but large improvements. So for example, having 30% of your kids be at or above proficiency at the beginning, you boost it to 60 or 75% over a period of 3, 4, or 5 years. That's sort of the goal of the model. One of the issues is what's the level of performance that Wyoming wants for its schools? That's really not for us to decide. That's really for you all to decide. And I know you're going to have a presentation tomorrow, I think, on that. But again, our perspective has always been getting more and more kids up to and over the proficiency standard. And while doing that, reducing those at the basic level, and also producing a large percentage of students that are achieving at the advanced level, because that will give students in Wyoming the best chance of succeeding in kind of high skill, high wage jobs and kind of the evolving economy. So that's really the goal. And sort of here, I don't know if I should continue with the slides, but the slides sort of also answer your question. I guess the other thing I can say is that's one of the reasons we're doing case studies. We wanted to see if there were schools in Wyoming producing significant improvements in student learning, and if so, what were their strategies? And to what degree did the strategy for those schools that were boosting performance and moving the student achievement needle, were those strategies reflected in the elements in the model?
Mr. Chairman, are we doing questions at this point in time, or I wanted to follow on your points, but I'm happy to wait until after the presentation before we weigh in.
You know, Senator Rothfuss, I think that he very smoothly segued into their presentation. So let's let him proceed and then circle back with questions if that's okay with you.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the evidence-based approach is an approach, as I sort of just said, to estimate the resources needed to provide all students with an equal opportunity to meet state proficiency standards, and to identify all those elements and the cost of those resources. We start from research. So we look at current research in education conducted by educators as well as economists, in terms of what works. And when we started this in 2000 and then 2005, we had a few randomized controlled trials. But what I would say now is there are more and more randomized controlled trials, which is the gold standard of research that bolsters several of the key elements of the evidence-based model. We also look at studies of schools and districts that have improved student performance. That's why we're doing cases here in Wyoming this year. We've done cases in Maryland, we've done cases in Vermont, we've done cases in Washington State and in the North Dakota. So we try to kind of cross-rough what we find from the case studies with the research that isn't exactly drawn from those particular states or those particular schools. And then finally, as we're doing here, we also want local educators to review our initial recommendations. The difference between the EB approach and the professional judgment pure approach is in the professional judgment pure approach, they don't give the panels initially a research document. They ask the members of the panel what they feel and believe are the best strategies. We sort of comb the research, and then we say this is what the research suggests are the most effective strategies, and how does this relate to what you do and the needs of your kids in your particular state. So it's 3 areas: research, case studies of improving schools, and input from Wyoming educators. Next slide, Larry. So we're going to spend a lot of time, as you've indicated, on the details of the elements of the model. And so another question is, how do schools put all this together into a cohesive strategy that boosts student learning? And so we have, and I'll try to articulate relatively quickly here, what we consider to be the school improvement model that is the base and the foundation that undergirds all the elements. And there are 11 elements, there are 11 pieces here of the school improvement model. And I'll just go quickly through and describe them. Number 1 is these schools are data hungry. They rarely say that they have too many data on students. They usually want more. They tend to start with the state summative, the state spring accountability tests. They analyze that at the school level. That tells them where they currently are in terms of their performance situation. And they find out many things. They might have thought they were average performing, and they find out in fact that they're below average performing. Or they might think that all of their students are doing well, but their low income students are not doing well. Or they may find out that their students are doing well on basic skills, but not on the critical thinking or more advanced problem solving skills. So they understand where they're starting, what their base is. Secondly, then they set ambitious goals. And the goals are always at the proficient or the advanced levels. And so oftentimes let's say if they find out that overall 40% of their kids are at or above proficiency, they may set a goal of over the next 5 years, we want 80% of our kids to be at or above proficiency. Or they may set a goal that they have 5% of the kids at advanced, and they want to boost that up to 20 or 25%. The goals are way beyond the incentive literature, the psychological literature. They're very ambitious. And even if they don't attain all the goals, they tend, as a result of their strategies, to produce lots of improvements in student performance towards those goals. Third, they review the evidence of good curriculum and effective instruction. 5 or 6 years ago, when places were adopting Common Core standards, more rigorous math and reading and science standards, they tended to adopt new reading programs and new math textbooks. But also importantly, they work as faculties in the schools to identify the most effective instructional strategies through the professional learning communities or data decision making groups. They try to roll those effective instructional strategies into professional development, and they try to make sure through direct and indirect efforts that all teachers are implementing those effective instructional strategies so that instruction is more constant across the school rather than idiosyncratic to each individual teacher. They invest a lot in ongoing professional development. What developed over the past 15 years is instructional coaches called instructional facilitators in Wyoming. They're very core and critical. You can give all the training in the world that you want, but unless that's followed up by coaching teachers in their individual classrooms to help them actually implement the instructional strategies, those strategies tend not to get implemented. So it's instructional coaches, it's job embedded professional development linked to the curriculum that they need to teach. It includes days of training in either having central office people providing the professional development or hiring external consultants. No matter how good the core instruction is, these people also know that that they're going to be kids who struggle, and they provide a lot of extra help, tier 2, not yet special ed, but extra help for students struggling to meet standards, either through tutoring, extended day programs, summer school programs, intervention periods during the regular school day. There's a rich combination and sort of a fairly significant array of extra help strategies to provide a lot of kids extra instructional time to get up to and hopefully beyond even a proficiency level. Next point is they often restructure the school day. They may protect all the minutes of instruction for reading and mathematics and other core areas. They may have longer times for reading instruction. They may have an intervention period. They schedule the day so that for the appropriate teams of teachers, they have common planning time so they can meet during the day as teacher teams, either working on curriculum programs or analyzing student data or group progress monitoring students that have an IEP. There's strong leadership both by teachers and principals around this instructional program, around the schedule, around making sure that professional development is available, and also from the central office, because they're supporting what the schools need to do to deliver kind of the education basket through all of these strategies. Out of this comes what's called professional school cultures. They are cultures that take responsibility for the results of their activities. That is, if performance goes up, they say it's because of what we did. If performance doesn't go up, they say we got this wrong. They don't blame the kids. They say we go back to the drawing board, we redesign that unit, and we're going to try to do it better and more effectively next year. And also, it links to point number 3, they make instruction public. So rather than each teacher going in their own classrooms and doing their own thing, there's lots of teachers, they work in these professional communities together to identify effective instruction. Teachers can visit other teachers to observe a teacher doing something particularly effective. The instructional coach comes into the teacher's own classroom and observes and gives feedback. And all of that is part of this professional school culture. Next to last point, they reach out to the broader professional community, which could be research literature, the practical journals in various areas, mathematics and reading and science. They might benchmark themselves to a school or another district with kids like theirs. But the point is they don't do it. It's not all pull yourself up by your own bootstraps. It's try to find as much knowledge and expertise as possible and then roll it into what you're doing in the school. And finally, they take talent very, very seriously. They know that all of this depends on an effective teacher. Many people will say it's better to have an effective teacher in a class size of, say, 25 than an ineffective teacher in a class size of 15. So they try to find the supply chain, if you will, for top teacher talent. They recruit those people. Sometimes they try to find instructional aides and get them certified and then recruit them into their school. They train them when they get there, and they provide an environment that helps retain the teachers in those systems, as well as looking for and recruiting and trying to hire and then retain effective principals. So that's an overview of what we found in our cases. Most other researchers of cases who study schools and districts that have moved the student achievement needle come up with very similar findings. So we're not sort of like out there in the wilderness with our own oddball model, but the model is pretty similar across people who have done this kind of research. And we're going to see if this model fits with what Kathleen is finding in Activate Research in the 10 schools that they've been studying in Wyoming.
I think at this point, Mr. Chair, I'm going to take over. I'm going to go through a more graphical description of how the evidence-based model works, and I'll probably proceed to the end of that before I stop for questions, because sometimes halfway through prompts questions that get answered in the second half. If you feel that you need me to stop and answer questions before I do, I will obviously respect your judgment in that, and we'll stop and answer questions. The model I want to present, some of you may have seen an earlier version of this where we used a series of ovals and tried to describe our model. That was about a 16-year-old graphic that we found probably should be updated for Wyoming this year. So we're working from a new one, and I did put this together through a video with the material you saw before, as well as this for an 18-minute video for our professional judgment panels. I think I'll try to go a little slower as I go through this, but please be sure I'm keeping to your time frames and your time needs, as well as making sure everybody understands or is following what we're trying to say here. The evidence-based model has 5 basic components that it's helpful to think of. And if you think of those together and working together, I think it helps see how the model works. And the first one in the upper left corner here is staffing for core programs. And Mr. Chair, you asked about, is it a dollar model? Is it a staffing model? What, resource model? How does it work? When I teach many of my classes in school finance, I often argue it's more a model about people than it is about dollars, because most of what we're putting in schools are people. And so we will have, when we think of core programs, those are the basic programs that all students take. In elementary school, it's the regular teacher in the day. In high schools, it are the classes, somebody mentioned math, language arts, science, social studies, perhaps world languages. Those are the core programs, different from electives. We also provide resources so that there are periods of time available in the day in the elementary school for a specialist or an elective teacher to come talk about music or PE or art. And there is resources built in so that there are elective periods in the day in secondary schools as well. Beyond those initial core staffing, we also, in the bottom right-hand corner, I'll just take a little diagonal jump if that's okay. We provide additional resources for struggling students. Those are students who are not keeping up with the regular program for some way. And what we use, if you will, as a proxy to count those students in most of the evidence-based model are around low-income children and children who are English language learners. There's also resources for special ed, which I'm going to leave for Nate's presentation later. In Wyoming, you have added to that a mobility measure. So for secondary students who change schools after the October pupil count, they are also counted as in the count of struggling students. We also, there are some things you still have to buy. Not everything are people. So we provide dollar per pupil resources. That is so much money per pupil to buy technology, to buy books. We use it for some other prospects as well. The staffing for core programs includes resources for site leaders and site administration. We also have functions for central office. So we provide resources for central office administrators, as well as for operations and maintenance. And then finally, this is Wyoming, so we have to apply Wyoming specific factors. This includes the salaries, which have been a topic of discussion and will continue to be, and we'll talk about that towards the end of our presentation, as well as the other adjustments that your model has always made for small schools and small districts. And we add in the requirements around benefits and healthcare and those sorts of things, so that the model accurately, or we hope accurately, reflects the actual costs of the state of Wyoming. Starting with the staffing for core programs, I'll build this model up as we go along here, and you'll see where this works. We talked briefly about the staffing for elementary and secondary teachers already, the ratio of 15:1 in K through 3 and 25 above that in the evidence-based model. The legislative model uses a size of 25, the legislative model uses 16 in elementary schools and 21 in secondary schools. In addition, because the goal and the way this model is organized is that actually represents actual class sizes. So the evidence-based model and the legislative model provide additional elective or specialist teachers based on the number of core teachers in the model. So in an elementary school, the 20% more teachers are allocated to an individual school. So if a school has 10 teachers through the core model, they get 2 more teachers. In the evidence-based model, we use 20% also at the middle school level, and then we use 33.33% in the high school. And the reason for the additional elective teachers in the high school is it provides more flexibility for block scheduling alternatives. So that you can have the period where there's 2 periods a day for one class, and then the next day an alternative class meets those same 2 periods, and it enables all teachers to have time for planning and collaboration. And so you need elective and specialist teachers both to teach electives, but also to provide time during the day for teachers to have time for their own planning, and also to work with other teachers in collaboratives through PLCs and similar activities. So the idea here is the classes are in Wyoming 21 and 16, and there's room for teachers to have time in the day for planning and collaboration. There's one other change among the elective teachers, which I didn't mention as I started down this road. In Wyoming, at the middle school, you also provide, under the legislative model, 33% elective and specialist teachers and 33% elective and specialist teachers at the high school. And one of the lessons I've learned about the specifics of language, your model is 33%, our model is 33 1/3%. We had, I think, assumed in 2005 when we were talking the two are the same through administrative and court decisions in Wyoming. 33% is 33.0, not 33 1/3. So it has very moderate effects on the model, but I certainly learned 15 years ago about precision of language here in the state. So it's a good thing for us. We do provide additional staff for career and technical education. It's a topic that was discussed briefly earlier in our conversations. For students enrolled in CTE or vocational education programs in Wyoming, an additional 29% of 0.29% of FTE are allocated around the FTE in the CTE programs, the FTE students in the CTE programs, to provide additional staff to enable classes that deal with specific mechanical shop, welding kinds of classes are small enough to accommodate the needs of the students in those classes and ensure that they're safe. That is a legislative model feature. In the evidence-based model, generally, what we found is that CTE has moved largely to things more around computer tech and health tech and issues of that sort that often are easily taught in classes of 25, which then falls back into the model for pupil-teacher ratios in secondary schools and would also work in the legislative model of 21. But in Wyoming, the legislature has added additional teachers to the model for career and technical education. There also is a fairly gated system for providing a minimum number of teachers in small schools. The details are probably not worth going through in the course of a meeting like this. We would provide in schools with 49 or more students, at least 7 teachers, and then additional teachers as the model generates them beyond that enrollment. But a minimum of 7 teachers in any school. In our work in 2005, the representatives of the Wyoming school districts felt that those numbers needed to be larger, and that the legislative model currently includes school minimums of 6 in elementary schools, 8 middle schools, 10 in high schools, and there is a requirement in districts of, I believe it's less than 243 students. Matt will tell me if I got that number right when we need to. There needs to be 1 teacher for every grade in which students are actually enrolled. So in very small schools, sometimes there aren't students in a particular grade, so it would only apply to those. In 2018, I did some work with the state to try to, there are some unusual effects that occur when these minimums are put in place and when enrollments change, create some unfortunate cliff effects in districts losing lots of money with the loss of a student. We worked very hard to try to find some models that would undo those problems. They're very, very difficult and challenging to work out, and we really didn't solve the problem. The challenge is because the model is dynamic and the mix of students changes above 40, and when it goes above 49, the number of struggling students drives how many teachers are in a school as well as the count of students, and there's no real obvious or simple solution that makes those cliff effects go away. At that time, no action was taken. I'm working on a discussion of that again. I don't know that there ever is a perfect solution to that, but we'll certainly look at it. And then, of course, the model also provides resources to provide substitute teachers so that teachers who are ill have replacement, and so that there's some time if teachers have other activities occasionally during the school year. We provide a number of other certified or certificated personnel positions in every school. The first one are instructional coaches. We've called them facilitators in earlier models, and I think that's the term that's most frequently used here in Wyoming. The evidence-based model has a very rich number of instructional coaches. There's 1 for every 200 students. Wyoming elected to make instructional coaches in the legislative model in 2005, a categorical program, funded it, I believe, at 60% of the level that 1 to 200 would have funded, and coaches were employed and used in Wyoming in sometimes since 2015. I want to say in 2017, 2018, the legislature rolled the funding for coaches into the block grant and reduced the level of funding to 35% of what the evidence-based model would provide. So the legislative model at this point differs quite substantially from what the evidence-based model would recommend. We also provide core tutors in the evidence-based model. I'm going to, with my apologies, I'd like to stop for just a brief second and bring forth a concept that I neglected to mention when I started this. So, Mr. Chair, my apologies. I want to just say something. You've probably all heard us use the term prototypical schools. One of the challenges in building a model of this sort is what does the school that you're building it for look like? What is it? What does it look like? We have a set in the evidence-based model where we have a series of prototypical schools and prototypical school district. In Wyoming, largely as a function of the size of many schools and the historical context, and the fact that Wyoming has used different class size teacher pupil ratios than in other states, the prototypes are somewhat different. But the prototypical elementary school is 288 students. The prototypical middle school is 315 students, and a prototypical high school has 630 students. Now, if there's a school in Wyoming that has that enrollment with those grade levels in it, it's a random event. It's not something that commonly happens or is necessarily planned for, but it provides us a basis to estimate resources. And then when we build the model and estimate the costs at each school, we prorate the amount of money that's generated and the number of personnel that are generated up and down based on those enrollments. Sometimes they're straight prorations. Sometimes there are minimums or floors or other things that affect this. And in Wyoming, we've also taken to using a concept of 1, 2, and 3 section schools on occasion, particularly at the elementary level. So we might have a 1 section school would have 1 class of each grade, and a 2 section school, 2 classes of each grade, and a 3 section school, the 288 students in the elementary school. And we have occasionally used the number of about 1/3 of the prototype, or 105 students, as a base for other measures for secondary schools. So I apologize for not saying that when I started, but we'll move forward. The reason it became important is we have tutors or core tutors. Tutors are individuals who work with struggling students on a pull-out basis. In the way we read the literature and our conceptualization of how this works, tutors would work with very, very small groups of students, possibly as small as 1 student to the teacher for a 20-minute period. The goal is that they would work with these students in the existing curriculum that they're having challenges or problems with for a relatively short period of time. It may be as long as a semester, but often it may be shorter, with the goal of helping the student return to the regular curriculum. And then these tutors would provide this assistance to other students who needed it or having trouble with other parts of the curriculum. What we found is that you need something like this at every school. So all prototypical schools generate a core tutor. As you'll see in a few minutes, schools that have large numbers of struggling students generate additional tutors. We also provide resources for school counselors. At elementary school, there's 1 counselor for a prototypical school. At the secondary schools, there's 1 counselor for every 250 students. And then we have a fairly detailed process for identifying resources for librarians, library aides, and what we call media or media techs. Those are people who work and support computing processes. We have 1 librarian per school. In Wyoming, the legislative model adjusts and provides additional librarian resources as schools grow beyond the prototypes. In the evidence-based model, we actually resource beyond a single librarian. We resource library aides. So there's a difference there that makes the Wyoming model provide perhaps a somewhat richer mix of individuals. And then we provide resources for media tech people who help with processes around making sure computers work, helping teachers understand or learn how to do online instruction. Obviously, that's been a very large issue in the last 3 months as we moved on, and a variety of issues like that. What we found consistently in Wyoming is school districts employ far more of these technology personnel than our model has resourced. And we haven't necessarily found that to be the case in other states. And so both the evidence-based model and the legislative model do diverge somewhat from current practice in terms of number of individuals hired.
Larry, could I add a comment?
Of course.
And again, with due respect, Mr. Co-Chair, we added core tutors in 2015 when the state was in the process of adopting the Common Core reading and math standards and then science standards, which were more rigorous. So we sort of said, with more rigorous standards, there's probably going to be more kids that need help. So that's where the core tutors came. We also, in 2015, added counselors at the elementary level, which is not in the legislative model. And we added nurses, largely because we were finding out, not only in Wyoming, but in other states, and that's, I think it's also true, and even more so now, that students were coming to schools with many more problems, health problems, needing to have drugs administered, behavioral problems, psychological problems, abuse problems. So the model was enhanced in 2015, and we retained those additional tutors and elementary counselors and nurses.
Thank you, Alan. We began learning that in 2015 here in Wyoming, where we heard about the growing emotional and social needs of children in schools. We did studies that followed up in Michigan, Maryland, and Vermont, very different states, and heard the very same message. And the evidence-based model itself has been enhanced as a result of that. Schools also need site leadership and school leaders. So we have in the evidence-based model, we resource each prototypical school with a principal, and there's a principal at a school resourced down to an enrollment of 105 students, below 100 proration of principal resources, and at schools with 49 and less, the process works in a somewhat different way and provides some funding for an assistant principal and teaching staff at a different ratio of 1 a teaching position for 7 students, and then they have other responsibilities as well. We include clerical support for schools. In the evidence-based model, we have moved to simply referring to these positions as school secretaries. In Wyoming, in our early model, we had 2 classifications. We had 9-month and 12-month positions. Secretaries were 12-month, clerical were 9-month. They remain in the model and are resourced that way. So it's important when one looks at the resources that go to a school to count both clerical and secretarial support to know how many support personnel are working in the school to ensure the safety and smooth operation of the school. You might have noticed that up to this point, I've not said a word about instructional aids. Our model really does not include instructional aids. We read the research to suggest that they've had little statistical impact on improving student performance, even when they're mostly used at the elementary levels. Exceptions to this exist in special education, which our partners will talk about a little later today. But we do have supervisory aids. These are individuals who provide a range of support, be it supervising the loading and unloading of school buses, lunch rooms, hallways, whatever other kinds of services are needed to provide support to ensure the school flows smoothly, and so that teachers actually have time to have a lunch period, have planning period, and not have too many responsibilities for other sorts of work in the school to make the school work. One other thing that we include in the model is full day kindergarten. As I understand the legislative model, it requires that at least one school in each district have a full day kindergarten program. We would argue that all schools should have a full day kindergarten program, and that's an essential part. And it would be resourced, as we said, grades K through 3 at 1 to 15 with other resources. We also, Dr. Boyd Brown, the superintendent, and Laramie 1 sent me an email this morning. So I just want to give him a shout out as I say this, so he'll know that I didn't forget what he sent me. He said, what about pre-K? We feel that pre-K is an important part of the model. And in fact, you will find some cost estimates in our final report that as an element that talks about pre-K resources. Your court did not mandate that as part of an adequate education, so that becomes a legislative policy choice as to whether or not pre-K should be funded. We think it's essential. We think that the literature and the research around pre-K shows that the investment is the rate of return is very, very high. We've worked with people, particularly Stephen Barnett at Rutgers in New Jersey, who runs a center on pre-K schools. And I guess he was really the researcher on the original Perry preschool study, which was the first study that looked at these things. The model is resourced very much like our full day kindergarten model is in terms of class sizes and all the resources that go with it. But there we do also provide an aid in those classrooms as well because of the young age of the children. And I think we'd probably support and argue that there should be for 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds, at least optional for 3-year-olds if not required, and then for all 4-year-olds. And there's a great deal of growing literature about the value and importance and success that schools that offer universal preschool have had. That is the end of the staffing for core programs. I don't know why I keep wanting to say problems. I apologize. The next one on our list are dollar per pupil resources. And we provide resources in a wide range of areas. And I think you'll find that these boxes show up to a large extent in a way to make this fit as opposed to any necessarily intentional order. But the first one is for gifted and talented students. Any program needs to address the needs of children who are identified or in some way as gifted and talented. We read the literature suggests that almost all of the way to approach this, or one way that this can be approached, is really to put students in more advanced classes. Children who are able to do math or reading at a level higher than the grade they're in can be moved to those higher grades. And that problem works until students in the 12th grade push beyond what schools might typically offer. And then there are ways to wrestle with either co-enrollments with local colleges or find some other kinds of ways to do that. So as a result, what we've done is we've identified an amount of money to make available to school districts to provide resources as the school or the district makes sense for the gifted children in their school. And the logic behind it is a program developed at the University of Connecticut. Forgetting his first name, it's by Renzulli. It's an online program targeted at gifted and talented children. It's now a widely available program that's available commercially and schools can purchase. It costs about $40 per student to operate. The evidence-based model puts $40 per pupil for every pupil in the school, not just those identified as gifted and talented, but for every pupil in the school, provides resources for serving the needs of gifted and talented children. Our sense in the past has been this number has been adequate for all but the smallest of schools. We'll see what we hear as we talk to people in the professional judgments panels at the small schools here in Wyoming. We then have substantial resources for professional development. And I think it's important to recall that instructional coaches, we view coaches as a huge component of professional development. Coaches are in the school, working every day with teachers, working to make them better, stronger teachers. And the research that we do know about how resources link to student performance suggests that the place where that is most important is in teachers working with students. So we want to be sure that all teachers have the knowledge and resources and professional help that they need from people who aren't their evaluators, but instead are there really to help make them better teachers on a regular basis. So in addition to the coaches, there are resources to provide an additional 10 days of professional development in the school. The general idea being a large portion of that would be used before school starts rather than just on a semi-regular basis during the school year, where each school and the coaches in the school, as well as the school site leadership, would focus on the learning and instructional needs of the children in that school, design collaborative interactive programs and curricula to work together through the school year to support the things that they consider most important. And when we estimate salaries for teachers, embedded in the model are enough days to provide additional professional development days beyond what the average contract in the state generally has to get to a total of 10. We provide funds for instructional materials, school books. The number right now in our evidence-based model is about $100 less than the model currently in the legislative model, but it's designed to provide.
They're about the same, Larry. They're
Are
about
they?
$200.
200? Okay, I thought,
Like to say
right.
tomorrow.
I'm sorry. I was a little bit backwards. I read 209 is 290. My bad. Working on my arithmetic skills, but you're right. They're about the same. Thank you, Alan. And it's based on an assumption that curriculum adoptions take place every 6 years for subjects, and books in an individual subject are renewed at about every 6-year pace, which is fairly common in schools around the country. Assessment is an interesting issue. Somewhere we made a reference earlier today to the YTOP system, which is Wyoming's new assessment program, which is designed, is being designed hopefully, or in theory, to provide all kinds of levels of assessment for teachers. We view assessment in 4 categories. Summative assessments, which are the end of school year assessments, which give you a result of how students have done at the end of the year. We also look at interim assessments, which are typically done once or twice other times during the school year to get a feel for how students are doing and proceeding, so teachers have a sense of that. Benchmark assessments, which are often offered more frequently than our the interim assessments, designed to test along the way to see are students understanding what's being presented, do they need additional help. But finally, the 4th one are formative assessments, which are really largely teacher designed assessments that are used to understand where students are, what they need to know, what they already know, so they can design curriculum to make sure that they're meeting their specific needs. In the past, and the evidence-based model continues to provide $25 for short cycle interim assessments that help get at understanding where students are and help teachers get some resources to purchase testing resources that are widely available, largely computer adaptive assessments in many cases. Since the development of YTOPS, the $25 or whatever that number had turned into with inflation adjustments in Wyoming have been eliminated from the model. We are speaking with people through our case studies and judgments sessions to understand whether meeting their assessment needs or not, and we will report back to you as we learn more about that. We also provide resources for technology. We have, in the evidence-based model, quite consistently come to a number of about $250 per pupil as technology gets more powerful and less expensive on a regular basis every 2 years or so. That's always been based on a model that assumes there are 3 students to each computer. We've always recognized that 1 computer to 1 student computing would be more expensive. We've generally not, we've always been able to calculate a cost of that if asked, but we've typically put the 3 to 1 in the evidence-based model. Again, the world changed 3 months ago. I think every school district is struggling to find ways to give students far more access to technology and to computers than they had before. So we will be reworking our model to understand what the costs are for providing one-to-one computing resources to students. We are not looking at the overall infrastructure needs of providing connections to the internet. We think that's a responsibility that's beyond what school districts are responsible for, and needs to be worked out through organizations that work together. We are aware of federal and other sorts of resources that exist to help do that. And I know that it varies. And I'm pretty sure Matt told me that at least 1 school district in Wyoming uses some school buses that are wireless equipped and uses them as hubs for students in neighborhoods that don't have access to the internet. So there are many ways to get there in the short term and then again in the longer term. The model, the Wyoming model and the evidence-based model provide additional money to purchase specialized equipment for CTE programs. Oftentimes the equipment that's needed is more expensive, and so there is a little over $10,000 for each CTE teacher provided on an annual basis in the legislative model for purchasing that equipment, so it can be used to help students learn about and be trained in the specific areas in which they work. We also have money for student activities. The model in Wyoming, the legislative model, currently essentially provides an amount of money, flat amount of money per student in elementary schools, and then a amount of money that is inversely related to the number of pupils in a school. So the per pupil resources for student activities declines as the enrollment increases to provide adequate resources, and hopefully adequate resources for all student activities. We have spent and are spending a great deal of time looking at trying to build a, to the extent possible, an evidence-based model that provides a sense of what a model for athletic resources and student activity resources would look like in our in schools of the prototypical size, and we'll bring that forward with analysis of how that differs from the current model for the legislature and this committee and then the legislature to consider as appropriate as we move forward. I'm going to keep charging forward here, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, if that's appropriate, and I'll stop you just a minute.
I think you're doing great. Keep plugging ahead.
Thank you very much. We'll get there. And Alan hasn't jumped in too often, so I must be doing okay. But I promise you, if you see something I need to say, he will let us know, and I appreciate that very much. The next step is the central office. We have presented in the past models of staffing for central office support services. We have asked our friends at DLS to look at those issues again and consider what a central office might look like. So we will be bringing you a new, potentially a new evidence-based set of resources for the central office. We are giving some consideration to operations and maintenance. The model that we developed in 2005 has not really seen any changes or any need for any changes in any other state that we've worked at in recent years. DLS again took a look at some other states and some other standards. They use sometimes slightly different or different combinations of the resources that we look at to estimate resources for custodians, maintenance workers, and groundskeepers. What they found was our model seems to fit right around what other models estimate as necessary resources as well. So we will see if that continues to be the case and bring forward a recommendation. We're looking at student transportation per our work statement. Currently, as you know, transportation in Wyoming is funded on a reimbursement model. And we're looking to see if there's a way to develop a formula or a funding formula that would accommodate pupil transportation services. And we will let you know what we find and where that goes. Food services came up earlier today in the conversation. Somebody mentioned that school districts are spending, I think the number that they used was $30 million to support food services, which are not supported in either the evidence-based model or the legislative model. I don't know, the number I had heard would have been somewhat lower than that, but we're working with the school food services at WDE to be sure we know what that is. We did a deep analysis of this in 2015. Our theory, our logic has always been that to the extent that food services receives a fair amount of money through the school lunch program and reduced price meals for children, the program should be supporting and operate on a no loss, no profit kind of a basis. In talking with people in 2015 and looking what happened, there was a subsidy from not all, but some districts into the food services. We're looking at what that is again. It's a complicated dynamic model. It's affected by how many students you feed, what prices you charge for students who don't qualify for free or reduced price meals, and then how many students buy those meals depending on the price, all of which drive what the subsidy is. And school districts made a wide range of choices around that, some of which had to do with feeding children, some of which had to do with employing members of the community so they had jobs. So it's a long, complicated process. We're in the midst of trying to develop some recommendations on that as well. The next part is resources for struggling students. This part works interactively often with many of the staffing for core programs, and so the two work together. So for example, the evidence-based model provides additional tutors in schools based on the number of struggling students. And struggling students are a count of English language learners, low-income students, and students who are mobile, as I mentioned earlier. So as the number of those students increases, we provide additional tutor support in the evidence-based model. At the present time, The legislative model is a little less rich, if you will, than the evidence-based model, in that we would provide at a prototypical school one tutor and then add additional tutors on as the number of struggling students increases. Under the Wyoming model, as those additional tutor resources are added on, they are up to some point subtracted from the one tutor in the base prototype school. So one thing we'll address in the report is the effect of doing that, and what I imagine our evidence-based recommendation would be to provide those resources on top of the individual school tutor. We'll provide that in our report. We do exactly a very similar thing for pupil support, which would be additional pupil support personnel that could be counselors, social workers, in some cases, I suppose, additional nurses, but it works in very much the same way as I described for tutors. We then also think that a school program to make sure all children have adequate access to curriculum and are able to have an opportunity to meet state performance standards, that there's an extended day and a summer school option. And I'll talk about extended day and summer school largely together. This extended day, in our view, is a 2-hour-a-day program with an academic focus, staffed largely by certificated teachers in relatively small groups of about 15 students. And our funding is designed to provide that support only for struggling students, and assumes that only about half of the struggling students will actually be able to or choose to take advantage of it. So from that, we estimate additional FTE certificated resources to ensure that a school has the resources to provide teachers for after school tutoring and study programs that work. And then they can design how those look, but it's viewed as a academic program where students are expected to work on academic challenges most of the time. Similarly, with summer school, we see that as a 6 to 8 week program with at least a 4-hour academic day. Summer school could be longer, but 4 hours would have actual focus on academics. It's resourced using the same pupil count and the same ways to go about getting to what the staffing resources should be. If you count the number of hours in summer school, they're a little bit less than the number of hours of 2 hours a day in an extended day. Our logic for using the same numbers is that in extended day, a teacher will come and work with students on what they've been assigned and the work they've been assigned to do from their regular teachers. In summer school, teachers are actually responsible for teaching a class for 4 or more hours and have the responsibility of designing daily lesson plans and grading papers and doing that work, so that there are additional hours of work outside of the program that are much larger than those for the extended day program. There's additional resources for each English language learning student, whether they're qualified for free or reduced price lunch or not. All English language learning students generate additional resources in terms of teaching personnel who can then help provide English language learning services in a model that works best in the school. Typically, this varies based on the percentage of children who are English language learners at each of those schools. And in some states, the evidence-based model has also made a recommendation that the schools look at temporary welcome centers, where large influx of students arrive from a particular country or particular region. All of a sudden, that tends to happen in waves or in fluxes, and often a few additional resources are needed to provide those kind of welcome centers until the students are integrated into the regular school program. And they often don't last forever, but for some period of time, some period of years, and then the patterns of immigration may change. We have a program for alternative schools. Oh, Alan, chime in.
Larry, let me add one thing.
Yes.
The ELL students trigger tutors, pupil support, extended day, summer school, and additional ESL teachers. So they get everything that a poverty student would trigger, plus an additional staff for just ESL services.
Thank you. And that adds a lot of resources in there to support those students. So thank you for reminding me of that. The next piece is special education. I'm just going to pass right over that and tell you that Nate will describe how we're looking at special education to go forward in the study. As you all know, at the present time, it's based on a reimbursement model. The last piece of this is Wyoming specific factors, salary levels, health insurance, benefits, programs like that affect what what the model costs in terms of what people are paid and the benefits that go with them. In addition, and I'll speak to these other items a little bit more towards the end of our conversations, but there's a regional cost adjustment because costs vary across the state as large and diverse as Wyoming. You've all seen the regional cost adjustment at the present time. There are three factors or two indices that are used, a hedonic index and a Wyoming cost of living index. And then because some areas actually in these models have costs that are less than the state average, you get numbers below one or that are negative, if you will. And so the model provides each school district at the present time with the highest of those three options, the highest of the hedonic index or the higher of the Wyoming cost of living index, or the value of 1.0. So nobody actually has resources subtracted. And that was a compromise that the legislature reached during our 2005 recalibration and has stuck with them at that time. I'll describe the work that our consultant is doing in a related and somewhat separate project when we talk later. The other thing is with any model like this, if we estimate the costs of this program for this year, if there's inflation next year, the model is no longer adequate. And so it's important to understand what the effects of inflation are on each of the components of the model. It's called an external cost adjustment in Wyoming, or an ECA. And the use of the ECA is an important part of what happens between recalibrations. I'll speak to that a little further as well. And sometimes we get into, I don't think we've been really asked to or discussed anything around audits. The CRERW reports that the department will speak about tomorrow grew largely out of our working with you and comparing how school districts choose to allocate resources with what the model allocates and provide a wide range of valuable information. I'm pretty sure that in one meeting where we were talking about the findings from that, several more questions arose about things that we didn't have the data for. And I remember thinking, well, you have more data in Wyoming than any state I'm aware of in terms of how resources are allocated. And so as a result, you're asking questions that nobody else is even thinking about because they can't even answer the questions you're able to answer. So it'll be interesting to see how those data look and what we've seen from the CRERW as well. Unless Alan wants to add something, Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to take questions. Or we're prepared to take questions would be a better way to say this.
All right, members of the Senate or of the committee, Representative Summers, please.
Mute. So, Mr. Chairman, thank
There
you.
you go.
I have a couple of questions, Mr. Chairman. First of all, on one of the early slides that was provided, I don't know which presenter had it, maybe Dr. Oden. It talked about talent matters and that it was important to have good talent, to have really as a part of your model is to have good talent. And so how do you resource that? You look at subcontractors' teacher salaries, which I'm not sure is based upon talent matters, not, in other words, the level of the talent. It's more like what is other states' teachers' cost. It's looking at the cost of teachers across the states, but it doesn't really look at the quality of the teacher. And yet that seemed to be a highlight in your one set of slides, talent matters. And then in that same series of slides, it talked about goals. And how do you judge goals, I guess, for a state when goals for a community could vary, or goals for education could vary depending upon the demographics of kids in an area. For example, one area may want much more of a CTE focus than another area which might want much more of a university focus. So those are two things that I'm curious about. And then the one other question I have that's kind of just a general question is how current is your research? So the one complaint that I had about your last go around, your last recalibration effort, was there was not a lot of new research. And maybe that's just because there's not a lot of new research in the field of education. And so those are my three questions. Talent matters, goals, and how current is your research?
Mr. Co-Chair, Representative Summers, let me tackle each one in turn. On the talent side, I would say there's two pieces to that. One piece would be supply channels. That is, what are the places that serve as a supply for teacher and principal talent in the education system? And so that would mean where do school districts in Wyoming look to recruit new teachers? And we haven't done a study of that, but when we've done work in other states or actually on a different project, one of the things that a lot of districts discovered was that their talent supply chain wasn't very good. And they had to change where they were recruiting in order to get the talent they needed to do a good job in their district. So that's one issue. That is the supply places for teacher and principal talent is critical. The second one would be salaries. And one of the things that we did in 2005 when we priced all the elements of this model is we used then current actual teacher salaries. And those model salary levels have been inflated up in a variety of ways over the last 15 years. So one of the issues now is are model salaries at or above a market level? Now, we're not doing a study on that. That's a study that Chris Stoddard is doing. So we're sort of, we won't be able to make any recommendations ourselves. But I would say, and this is an issue that's come up not only today by several members of the committee, but it's come up in every professional judgment panel that we've had so far. We've had 5. And the claim is that model salaries are too low. So I think the salary piece of talent is critical, as is the supply place. In terms of goals, I think I said a little bit about this before, and that is that the goals for the EB model and most funding systems in other states that have gone to a cost out strategy or costing out adequacy is targeting for some core subjects. This is like the floor of performance, achievement at or above proficiency. So the goal is to get more and more students at or above proficiency on state tests. Usually those tests tend to be reading, English language arts, math, sometimes science, and sometimes writing. So that's sort of like the basic minimum. I think that leaves open the possibilities for local school districts to make additional goals that pertain to that particular school district. Now, one of the issues I think that we've heard for CTE programs in Wyoming is, to what degree is Wyoming trying to build a new higher tech, higher skill, higher wage economy from the economy that's been more oil, gas, and coal, tourism, and agriculture? And that's really something that you all need to decide. But the EB model, as Larry had said, is more on the CTE side, is more geared towards what's needed for higher skill, higher wage jobs in kind of an evolving, more technical oriented economy. And in terms of being current, that's a good question to kind of throw at a bunch of professors. Fair enough. We've done a lot of work this year, even more, I think, than in the past. I don't know how many additional sites we have. We at least have I think, 200 additional sites from a wider variety of sources to upgrade and to update the evidence behind the various elements of the model. So we've done our best to try to get more updated, the updated information that is there. That's why we use some of Larry's graduate students to do specific literature reviews for us. And we've been combing the literature for the past 5 years. So I think you'll find a lot of updated sites. citations.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman. Follow up, thank you. And so, Dr. Oden, I'm going to go back to talent matters. I do think if that is a key part of your model, and you can tell me if it's not, but if it is a key part of your model, then I expect you, as the person that has requested you to, as the legislature that has requested you to provide us a model, that you need to tell me and you need to provide how you resource that issue of talent matters. So if you want talent, it costs you something. It costs you more than it would for the entry level person coming out of college, for example, the entry level teacher coming out of college, for example. And so I expect to know if that's a part of your model, I expect to know at the end of this how you resource talent matters. That's my expectation.
Well, Mr. Co-Chair and Mr. Co-Chair, I think what I would say, and Larry might add to this, is this sort of puts us in a space, and the other co-chair raised this, between identifying the staff that's needed and the resources that are needed and the methodology that is, and in a certain sense, we're trying to identify the elements that are needed and the numbers of people in those elements and the cost of those. We sort of, in many places, talk about how they should be used, but we don't see our job as laying out everything about how the resources should be used. We try to give many examples, but our main task is to give you the cost. And again, on talent, I would say it's a combination of two things. Where do you recruit? And are you recruiting in places that give you good talent? And I would say that could be a beginning teacher, that could be a mid-career teacher. It doesn't always have to be a veteran teacher. And what do you pay that talent? And then I guess the other thing is, once you get the talent, how do you use the professional development resources in the model to, let's say, equip the beginning teacher to be an effective teacher over a year or two, and then to continually improve the instructional skills of the teachers that you have. But we didn't, and Larry may say that we didn't see it as our responsibility to lay out a whole talent acquisition strategy for the state.
Just a quick follow-up, Mr. Chairman, and then I'll be quiet on this issue. But it is part of how you have to resource the model. In other words, if talent matters is important to your model, which is what you said in that slide, then somehow you're resourcing everything else. I can go back to that, and you're resourcing everything else. Somehow you have to resource that, or correct your slide and say it's not important. But because we have not got that in the past. Dr. Stoddard does not provide. That's one reason I didn't, when we were voting in management council, I didn't vote for her. She's probably listening, and that's fine. And I didn't because of that issue right there. And so it still is one of my expectations, whether it's anybody else's or not. So thank you. And I'll be quiet now.
Any other questions? Senator Bebout.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as I listen to the discussion on the talent matters, and it just brings to point one thing, and I don't know how you would quantify this in what you're doing or not, but certainly it comes to my matter is at least in my business, in the private sector, obviously talent matters just as much as teachers. We want the best teachers we can get, as well as I want the best people in my business that I want. Sometimes I simply cannot afford it. And so what I have to do is I have to bring into my equation and how I balance and make things work for me, the ability to handle somebody that will develop into that talent. And then I allocate costs to train and do that and bring them along. So when you look at a model, rather than saying talent matters, sure it does, but how do you get to that point by in the model having the ability to bring on people that are new and get them to that level rather than trying to say we're going to go out and hire the best talent simply because we don't have the money?
Mr. Co-Chair and Senator Bebo, we'd agree, Bebo, we'd agree with you. And again, I think the talent piece is where you recruit, whether it's for new, mid-career, advanced, it's what you pay them. And we are supporters of paying a market-based salary unless some analysis shows you that in order for you to get the talent, you have to pay an above market level salary. And the model includes a robust set of professional development training resources, the instructional coaches, the 10 days, and the money to hire trainers. So we would argue that the model has sufficient resources to do the training that you suggested, not only for new teachers, but also for mid-career and veteran teachers that continually need to improve their skills.
I think it was Senator Rothfuss was next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I wanted to go back to a few earlier questions and then had some additional questions similar to Representative Summers. But the first question, going clear back to the discussion that we briefly had about doubling student performance, which was the original objective of shifting to this model. I realize you backed off that statement, and I appreciate that. And I expressed concern about it back in 2015, and you probably recall that. But we've had debates in the legislature, we've had discussions about what that really means. And one point of discussion that has arisen is that, for example, maybe the NAEP score, the raw score, 220 points, needs to double. That was what you meant. Because there was no clarity on what it is that you meant at that time. So I would appreciate understanding, as kind of my first question, when you said that, what precise indicator did you expect to see double?
Mr. Co-Chair and Senator Rothfuss, I would say a percent at or above proficiency on the state tests.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman, follow-up question. And that's without a baseline. So if you're at 52% proficient, then the expectation would have been 104% proficient. Is that right?
Senator Rothfuss, yes. And what we said for districts that were at or above 50%, then the goal would be increasing the percentage of students at the advanced levels.
Okay, so shifting over. All right. I would really like a very thorough description of exactly what expectations we should have. What is a success with regard to that? And I realize the doubling thing's gone. I got it. That's good. But I would like to know and see so that when we talk about it in the legislature, we're all on the same page. I'd like to be able to point to something that says specifically, these are what our consultants meant when they said we would see improvements by a certain amount. Does that make sense? I just want to make sure that as part of our product, we clearly understand which indicators you're looking at and what we could be expecting. Does that make sense?
Senator Rothfuss, sort of. The dilemma is that setting specific targets, it seems to us, is a value judgment, which is more in your realm than in our realm. What we would say to you is that the model is constructed here and in other states to really move the needle on a percentage of kids at or above state proficiency. And my guess is in most states, the NAEP, and I could be wrong, so the NAEP proficiency level might be higher than most state proficiency levels. So it would be more difficult to move it on NAEP, but in most cases on NAEP, I think Wyoming, while it scores high, tends to not have yet 50% of kids at proficiency. So a very ambitious goal would be if you wanted to use NAEP, which is an external assessment, large improvements, I would say 20, 10, 20, 30 percentage points at or above proficiency on NAEP, and similar for your state proficiency.
Okay,
But
well, Mr.
specifically,
Chairman, follow up on that. And again, I'll just express that it's more of a Pandora's box issue, since that was part of the original statement of what we could expect out of this model. Then that's what we've been trying to debate whether we have attained. So I guess what I'm asking is if you don't appreciate that any longer as being an objective for us, a short write-up, a good one-pager, a good solid summary of what we should be looking to as our indicators, what we should be expecting, what aspiration points are reasonable if we adhere to a model with diligence and appropriate implementation. What a reasonable aspiration point is, how we should measure that aspiration point, which is clear to me now in this conversation that you're looking at proficiency standards, which is great. I just want to make sure that we kind of have that crystal clear and updated. And as a matter of fact, perhaps you renounce your previous statement that we expect you to double your proficiency. I'll take whatever you'll give me so that I can, in the future, know what our measuring stick is supposed to be as we diligently adhere to the standard. Does that make sense? Can we get that?
We'll take a crack at it. Yes.
Excellent. All right.
Okay.
One other line of questioning,
Senator
and I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. I have further questions, Mr. Chairman. The next question I had was getting to briefly Representative Summers, Co-Chairman Summers' question about which policies work and what we can expect work and what's kind of new out there. And I guess I'll just ask more directly than he did. I think it would be very valuable for us to know what the last 5 years of literature have pointed to as being the most effective state policies that could be implemented to show sort of return on investment and improve progress towards these indicators. And I know one of those is always going to be early childhood education, but what else can you point us towards based on recent literature that we can look to as we're implementing this next recalibration? And you certainly don't have to answer that now, but that's something else I would like to see as we build. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Senator Cost, I believe you were up next.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. I actually have about 4 questions here, but start out with maybe more of a statement. As far as talking about talent and Dr. Oden's statements about we need to look at more talent and get good talent. In my opinion, that's really where our tutors should be very strong, or not tutors, but coaches, because if our coaches are really doing their job, they should be able to move these people well. And so if we're going to continue to support coaches, I think it's important for us to make sure that they're effective and they're able to move the people that have been hired by whatever district so that they do meet the expectations. And I'm not so sure it's as much the talent as the ability for the person to learn and grow and be open, and then the professional coaches to move them forward. So that was a thought I had there. As far as NAEP and talking about maybe not moving too far, if we don't have the ability to get that data to find out where we're not moving well and where we're moving well because they don't disseminate it to us, how can we ever look at what we want to improve on so that we're doing better? Because the standards that we may not be meeting become an issue. And that is really my first question, is it handcuffs us. We can use our state tests to be able to determine movement on the proficiencies and all, but yet if we're going to look nationally and say, how are we comparing, we've got to be able to get that data to do something with to be effective. And so I would like to know your thoughts on that. The second thing that I'm wondering about is tutors versus paraprofessionals. I was in a district we didn't use tutors, we used paraprofessionals. And the reason we used paraprofessionals was because we could hire 4 or 5 paraprofessionals to cover more students and be more effective with the small groups than hiring one tutor that's not going to cover that many. And I would wonder why you guys aren't flexible to an understanding that either way could be very beneficial. I think your interpretation of I guess support personnel is not what we see paraprofessionals as in a majority of our states' uh, school districts. These people are used to really be effective with students, especially in the elementary. And I just wonder why there's not a little flexibility there rather than you need to have the tutors, which come at a high cost and limit the ability for us to be able to get more students, more help. The other thing I wondered about was with books. You said 6 years, but have you guys taken a look at ebooks and the number of school districts that are no longer purchasing books, but are purchasing this stuff online so that they've got the ability to update on a more regular basis and to utilize those electronic means in a much more sensible way? And I think that saves money. I was just wondering if you've looked into that at all. The other thing is, have you looked at virtual school and how its impact with regular school could have on our educational process? And would it be a savings or not a savings? So if I could get some answers to those, and if you need me to repeat them, I certainly can. But I just think that those are areas that I have some real concern with your information you provided. Thank you.
I think I may have missed some of these along the way. So let me, Mr. Chair, Senator Coast, let me start to two. I'm sure I know of. I have to do with coaches and around the issues around books and technology, and then remind me what the other issues are, and I'll be sure and try to address them or see if Alan wants to take a stab. In terms of coaches, it's an interesting, as we've watched what's happened in the state of Wyoming, as you may be aware, we've done a number of resource allocation studies in Wyoming following the first recalibration and I think the second recalibration. And initially, schools and school districts had very little idea what to do about coaches, how to implement them, how to use them. But Wyoming's always had a good, strong network of people trying to work together across districts. And over time, seem to have developed some fairly substantial networks, and in many districts had coaches in every school, and in larger districts even, if you will, coaching supervisors who worked with coaches to help them do their jobs better. And then networks to help them work together. And they've actually worked with a number of the national consultants who help on this. The challenge, I don't know what we'll find when we talk to the folks in the PJ panels, but there's been some reduction in funding as well as rolling it into the block grant. So I don't know if the commitment to coaches has remained or not. I think that one of the points that Senator Bebout also mentioned is if you can't hire the talent directly, often it's important to hire people and develop the talent. And in fact, that's why there are large investments in professional development in this model, coaches and others, is to help ensure that people who are hired continue. If they don't have all the skills they need, we help them, they're able to help get those skills. And of course, over any 30-year teaching career, there are likely to be changes that they need to be aware of and work on as well. So professional development is, to use a more business-related term, but one that works very much in education, is it's a process of continuous improvement. And the professional development resources and the coaches are a large part of making that happen. In terms of the resources around ebooks compared to regular books, very much that's a huge part of what happens. Is particular schools go to one-to-one and students have some sort of a Chromebook or another kind of a computer. More and more often, school districts will go to looking for electronic resources as opposed to resources in hard textbooks. It turns out that the cost of those resources are the same, roughly. That is, if you buy a textbook online, you don't pay less than you do for the textbook in hard copy. It's sort of like if you buy books on Kindle. The latest James Patterson novel costs pretty much the same whether you buy the hardback or the Kindle version. Now, to the extent to which licenses allow schools to update them on a more regular basis, that clearly brings many advantages if all the students have the online resources. All right, I got the edges of that. What did I miss in the middle? I apologize, Senator. Alan's going to jump in.
Can I take a couple, Larry?
Yes, please.
One was on state test versus NAEP test.
Oh, yes.
And I think what I would say is you're probably much better off, at least initially, looking at the results on state tests, because you can get the micro information not only statewide, but also in your school district and probably in your schools as well. But on the NAEP test, it would seem to me that that could be analyzed at the state level in terms of where your students are performing well and where they're not performing well. While it's not reported district by district or student by student, I think you can dig into it to find out which areas of NAEP you're performing well in which areas you may not be performing it well in, and whether or not those areas are or are not in your state assessments. But clearly, I would be driven more by your own state assessments. And then on pairs and tutors, let me just say that the way we read the research, and it's held up pretty strongly, teachers as tutors have much more effect than even trained pairs as tutors. But we have said in the write-up that the EB model will continue to provide the resources for teacher tutors. But if the school wants to take those resources and use them for trained pairs, that's a school choice. And what I would say is if schools need to have specific improvement targets. So when they, let's say, select pairs rather than teachers, do they get the improved performance that they want to get? So rather than turning it on what Auden and Pica say, I would say turn it on kind of what the results are in your own particular school. And one other comment on tutors. There's a new set of research studies that supports young tutors, college educated people with a college education, not been trained in education, but are hired, trained maybe a little bit above, somewhere between an instructional aide and a beginning teacher, but trained in a tutoring program. And those results have been spectacular. So that, and we will be referencing that in the new report. And that's another possibility, but it's young people, you know, at a short of a beginning teacher salary, but they can have tremendous impacts if they're trained in a particular tutoring program, more so than even a trained paraprofessional.
Okay, I don't see Chairman Kinski back online. So there he is, magically. Chairman Kinski.
We can't hear you.
You're muted, sir.
Oh, I muted myself. Senator Cost, did you have any follow-up?
I do, if I may, Mr. Co-Chairman. First of all, with the paraprofessionals versus tutors, I'd love to have you look into some of the high-performing school districts in our state, because I think you're going to find there's going to be a lot more paraprofessionals in those than tutors. And the success definitely would be pointed to not only younger, but kids that are maybe non-traditional in school or whatever, that are wanting to get a job working with kids or whatever while they're going to school. And they've been really rock stars. And I know our co-chairman, as well as a number of other of those involved, have districts that are high flying, and it'd be great for you to check those out. The other one that I didn't hear anything on would be the virtual school and the mix of that. Obviously, for the last 2.5 months or so, virtual school has been thrown into the realm of reality for everybody instead of just trying to fix it as it best would fit. But I've been a huge proponent of virtual school for a number of years, and I really see that not only with the flexibility and the opportunities it provides, it may even be a way for us to help save some money in different ways as well. And I just wondered if you guys have looked into that much.
Mr. Chair, Senator Koss, on the virtual school issue, obviously everybody's world changed 3 months ago, and I can't give you specific data and examples on these sorts of issues around K-12 schools. But my own university, particularly my School of Education, I would say about half of our graduate programs and a little over half of our graduate students actually take courses online entirely. We have one or two in-person meetings over the course of their studies, but they're all online. I would say two things. One, I think once you get good at it, and it takes a little bit of time because it's a different environment, but it is a very strong and good environment. We found good ways to do it, at least with adults. It's the instruction is as good, but what I'll also say is it doesn't save us any money because instructors take just as much time in classes of just the same size in order to provide that same level of quality instruction. What I don't know, and I don't know that there's a great deal of evidence about at the moment, or whether there'll be enough to really make strong conclusions by December, is whether you can make the same statements when it comes to educating elementary and secondary age school children, particularly children in the primary grades, because I think their attention span issues are very different than adult graduate students, and so I think that there's still a fair amount of research that needs to be done to see how that matters, and I'm not sure that the somewhat unexpected experiment we've just been conducting is really going to provide us the kind of data that'll enable us to make final determinations about that. But I don't think it's something that will necessarily save money in any great way, just based on our experience at USC.
Senator Rothfuss, before I go to you, let me see if there's anybody else on the recalibration. It's Representative Connolly and then Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I have two questions. The first one, honestly, I think is more of a request, and it goes back to the discussion regarding the assessment of the increase in scores related to following the model. And there was a request for a kind of a memo that talked very specifically about that. In that, I'm hoping that you have a discussion that also addresses the issue of the amount of resources correlated with that anticipated increase. Honestly, I think that there is an incorrect assumption that there's a one-to-one correlation between kind of increasing a specific dollar and a test score. And so if you could, I'd appreciate that you address that specifically in that memo. Would that be okay?
Well, Representative Conley, what we know are effect sizes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not quite sure we can give you data on how many coaches are needed to produce certain improvements in learning. We can tell you what the research literature says about when coaches are used, what sort of the impact is, and it's a statistical impact on standard deviation. And that'll be in the report.
Okay, good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that's exactly what I'm looking for, is that honestly, I think we need to be able to kind of point to your evidence that we're not going to see that kind of one-to-one correlation, but we'll see effect sizes and where and how they come. But now moving to my question or comment, I appreciated your discussion of the importance of full-day kindergarten and including resources for full-day kindergarten. But then you went a step further and you talked about high-quality pre-K, and that you'll be including information kind of in the full report about kind of high quality pre-K. And I'm curious, based on your kind of updated research and your expert opinion, if high quality pre-K is part of what you would consider an adequate, if not best, education for students.
Well, Representative Conley, I mean, Larry mentioned this. The answer is that if you asked us without any court case, if we would recommend that you have a preschool, we would recommend that you have a preschool program. We did that in 2015. We were asked by the committee then, even though it wasn't part of the Campbell decision, to write a memo on preschool and whether we would recommend it. So we did then, we would now, but we also know that it's not required by the Campbell court case. The other thing I can say is in all of our professional judgment panels so far, we've had 5. One of the things that everybody's saying is that generally the conditions of kids, not only in Wyoming, but across the country have declined in the past 5, 10, 15 years. And even with kindergarten kids. So kindergarten kids who come in into kindergarten without a preschool program tend to have behavioral issues, sometimes physical issues, more mental health issues. They're lacking English language expertise and kind of the pre-academics that are needed to be successful in kindergarten. One teacher even said they can't even sit in a chair long enough because they're used to lying on the floor with a device. So everybody's been telling us that kids who get a preschool program, or sometimes like Campbell County has I think a junior kindergarten, so it's funded by themselves, maybe through BOCES. So the kids who are young 5s or kind of older 4s have that junior kindergarten. They do much better when they get to a regular kindergarten. So we've been a supporter of preschool for a long time, but know that that would have to be something that you'd have to adopt over and above the court requirements.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a follow-up, would you consider pre-K as part of an adequate education these days?
Yes. Mr. Chair, Representative Conley, my answer would be yes, I would.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Just real quick back on that, well, just on this comment on this last with Representative Conley, you know, there's been a lot of us for years saying we should trade the senior year for the 4-year-old year and move those kids on to our community colleges or what, but that's for another day. But really just to double back on this proficiency piece, and I don't know if the data's out there, maybe Matt knows it or can find it, but really the thing I think that we don't often realize is that we move the targets in Wyoming. Once we get to a certain level of proficiency, then we up the ante a little bit. And so it's always moving. And then, so that's a piece I don't think, I mean, most of us think, hey, we're going to set this target and we're going to move from 30% proficient to 80% proficient. But the target keeps moving. I think it's important for the committee to understand that, and people are listening in. And so it'd be interesting to see what the real, if there's any kind of comparison, you know, the old saying that, you know, if you want to measure change, don't change the measure. And we've changed the measure at least 3 times in 15 years, right? We went from white gas to pause to now it's white top. I think every new superintendent's had their new deal. And so it'd be interesting to kind of look back over 15 years, a generation of kids now that have gone through the system and see if we can really actually find out, have we doubled proficiency? I don't know, maybe it's impossible to find out, but thank you.
Okay, other members of Recalibration before I turn to the Joint Education Committee. All right, Senator Ellis. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To just kind of echo the comment about, you know, as we're going through recalibration, we all went through this, you know, very painful exercise for a lot of families of transitioning to home-based learning. I do have to say, you know, I've got a dozen of these kind of books, dozens of them that don't have one pencil mark in them. And so when we talk about students having access to technology, you touched a little bit about broadband, you know, we're sorting through all those issues. I think we are looking for efficiencies because I don't like buying these books that I just end up throwing away. And if, you know, in the model, if there's some recognition of how the state of Wyoming can do that best, not better, but best, I'd be curious because, you know, I think that we're missing a key component. And I think you gave the analogy that it's like buying an audio book and a hardbound book, or, you know, one or the other. But I think right now we're buying both. And so I just want some acknowledgement of how we're transitioning into a more digital age. And along those lines, in listening to the presentation of how we, you know, look at these models, it really is seat time in my view. Whereas, you know, I think if people are reading what's happening, trends in other states, it's more about proficiency based. And so if you could just tease that out a little bit more of, you know, what model we're currently invested in, we keep investing in, to me is just it's very seat-based time. And I'm trying to understand what other states are doing differently. That's, I think, a little bit more flexible for students and families.
Mr. Chair, Senator Ellis, I'm not sure exactly, other than to look at those sorts of things would be important. I think that schools are much more frequently organized in the traditional manner that you mentioned, with relatively few exceptions. And there are some charter schools and some experimental schools in school districts in various parts of the country that have looked at these other things that we're certainly aware of and could look at. Everything sort of changed in March very, very quickly. And I think that the important thing in the short term is, are there resources in place in a model like the evidence-based model that ensures that you have the resources to purchase the online kinds of resources that students need? We think that probably the model does have that, and we're looking at that closely. But also, are there the training resources to enable teachers to be better prepared to wrestle with different ways of delivering instruction in different ways? And that's, we're going to learn more as we continue to go forward. And I think it's going to vary by the nature of what children we're educating. I really, really hate using samples of one. And I'm sure Senator Rothfuss and Representative Conley will agree with me about the dangers of that. My son's girlfriend is a special education teacher, and her challenges with keeping her students' attention online have been really I've watched her a couple of times. It's really very, very, very challenging. And so there's some programs that I think, and again, we're going to do special ed in a minute, but those could be more challenging than perhaps high school seniors who are highly motivated to learn. And so I think over time, we have to figure out how we adapt schools to make those changes. And perhaps a block grant is an ideal way to get at that, so schools can address the needs of their individual children within a set of resources that are adequate. And then the beauty of the Wyoming model is you're expected to recalibrate and make sure they're adequate on a regular basis as we continue to learn more. We're sort of at just like an unbelievable sort of change that I think happened very quickly. So we're all sort of trying to figure it out.
Senator Ellis, did you have a follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's just trying to really understand our model, because we talk about how we don't fund meals. We don't, these things aren't built in, even though they're known costs in our districts. And so I'm just trying to think this through as we move forward into the future. If we're starting to build in costs, we're not thinking about computers and computer labs. 1 computer per 3 students is the right measure. But then we're talking about maybe students taking devices home, broadband issues. I just think this whole world is changing. And I'm just really worried that we're going to, for another 5 years, invest in a model that isn't changing as rapidly as we need it to.
Thank you, Senator Ellis. We're due for a break at 3 o'clock, but I see Senator Hutchings has her Zoom hand raised. Senator Hutchings, did you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I thank you. I'm here pretty much just to learn and observe what's going on. And I had some questions from the Picus and Auden team. I keep hearing the words model, and then I hear the words we provide, we provide, we provide. Are you providing a model education system, or are you actually providing resources? And then I have follow-ups.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Senator Hutchings, that's a superb question. And I think what I would do is I would say that I would replace the word provide. Well, first of all, we're building in Wyoming. What we have built over the years is a model. There is a real model that exists in the Legislative Service Office and at the Department of Education that calculates how much money each school and each school district receives. And so that's the model. And when we say provide, it's sort of it's the level of resources that our research indicates to us are necessary to provide, to ensure that schools can offer the level of education needed to meet the standards. And provide has become something of a shorthand way. We've used that for 20 years. And but the idea is it's what we think the model needs to include to ensure students will achieve at these high levels. And we don't provide the resources. Obviously, at the end of the day, the taxpayers of the state of Wyoming would provide those resources that we identify are needed. I hope that's answering the question you were asking.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it did answer it. And I was just wondering why it was just repeatedly said if you're not really doing it. But I got the answer I wanted. Then you said a couple of things that kind of a little bit disturbed me. And it was instructional aids. They have little impact. And in my mind, I think of an instructional aid, tutor, paraprofessional, sitting there with a student, teaching them to read. And then he said, but supervisional aids do provide impact, helping kids get off the bus. And in my mind, I'm thinking, what's more important, teaching my kid to read or helping them get off the bus? Can you explain those those statements you made?
So, Mr. Chair, Senator Hutchings, I will do my best to. First of all, let me stipulate that I think learning to read is far more important than getting on and off a bus. Although you can't learn to read if you can't get on and off the bus when you come to school. So both become a critical component of an adequate education, particularly for young children. And that's why student transportation is also an important issue in the model. I think what we're trying to say is, as we read the research around providing programs, it's better to put more certificated teachers in classrooms and less reliance on aides. I would also urge you to, I don't know what our special education study is going to answer or how it's going to look at it for special ed, but they will also address issues pertaining to paraprofessionals and professionals and ways to assure services. But what we're really trying to say is that the way we have put together our model and the way we think things work best as we read the research and look at practice is that the emphasis should be on certificated personnel as much as possible, less on instructional aides, and that in and of themselves, they therefore aren't resourced in the model. It's not to say that learning's not important. It's to say that it may be better to use certificated personnel in adequate numbers to educate children than having a lot of paraprofessionals. Alan, I don't know if I got that right or you want to add something to that.
Mr. Co-Chair and Senator Hutchings, yeah, what I would add is that the supervisory aides are there to do all the kind of teaching duties in the school so that teachers don't have non-teaching duties. And that frees them up both to work in their collaborative teams as well as to provide extra help to students. And our bias is towards certificated teachers rather than less educated paraprofessionals. And just the one kind of glitchy thing from research, the Tennessee STAR study, which is the randomized controlled trial study for class sizes of 15K to 3, that was the main treatment, but there was another treatment, and that was a regular class size with an aid. And the regular class size with an aid produced no more effect than a regular teacher without an aid. So that sort of research not supporting just the general use of instructional aids. And again, if schools have decided to take some of our certificated staff, turn them into trained aides, and they track the effects, so be it. And we may find that in the case studies that we're conducting in Wyoming, but we generally haven't found that in the case studies we've conducted in other states.
Senator Hutchings, anything else?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I may continue. I was
Please.
also concerned about a statement. They're trying to figure out what schools are producing higher levels of achievement. And in my mind, after 15 years, why don't we have data that specifically says Laramie County 1, whatever, is producing better achievement scores? Why don't we have that information by now? Okay, I'll move on. Oh, it looks like Senator
Well,
Cole.
as Senator Hutchings, I don't know that it's Pikus and Oden. Neither one of them are volunteering any information, so they may not feel competent to answer the question. Senator Coe raised his hand.
Okay, that's fine. Then
Well, no,
finally,
Senator Coe, did you want to try and address that question?
I missed the question, Mr. Chairman. Have her repeat it, please.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Coe, my question was, I heard earlier that they want to know what schools are producing higher levels of achievement around Wyoming. And I would only think that sometime within 15 years, we would have found out what county is producing a high level of achievement. So I was wondering why that information wasn't available within that 15 years.
Well, I don't know. I can't, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure I can answer that. You know, we know with history and with performance that, you know, what counties you want to talk about. Sheridan County is a very high performing county. And we know that after, you know, looking at stuff the last 15 years, we know that our NAEP scores have come up. But I'm not sure that we have an exact list of who's doing well and who's not doing well. You know, that goes in, I think, more into the Wyoming Accountability and Education Act, you know, stuff that we passed in 2011. I would think that, to answer your question, I think that probably the department would have to answer that for you, Senator Hutchings, but we don't have a list out there. I mean, we know who's doing well. We know there are some districts that are not performing well, and we've known that all along. So I would defer, I guess, to the department to try to answer that.
Senator Hutchings, did you have a follow-on question for Pikus and Oden?
Yes, and I thank Senator Coe for trying. I just mentioned that because it was brought up. So I was just wondering, had they within the 15 years found something? And then I'll make a final statement that for me, my big concern is pre-K. When you talk about 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds being removed from the home and being put into school, we're just getting them earlier and earlier. One of the questions I'd like to ask the researchers, have they found that having prerequisites before you enter into kindergarten, could that help? You must be able to know your alphabet. You must be able to sit in a chair and pay attention, something to that effect. And then I'm done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're very welcome.
Mr. Chair and Senator Hutchins, I think I can answer both of your questions. Let me start with the pre-K one and the kindergarten one. The concern that one would have with prerequisites for kindergarten would be, it would be very challenging to create those prerequisites until such time as you could assure that every child had equal access to a pre-K program so they could do that. Otherwise, it would be challenging. Now, if you set the prerequisites and then built the pre-K program to do it, that would be the way to do it. I think I would stand by my answer that a pre-K program is an important part of an adequate school system and should be part of anything. I guess I'm a little reluctant to create too much stress for children who have to get into kindergarten to have to meet certain prerequisites, unless you were trying to create stress for legislators to fund pre-K. And that's a policy decision I would leave to those of you who are legislators, rather than try to make a suggestion on that. In terms of the question you asked about our schools doing better, later today or perhaps tomorrow at the pace we're moving, I don't know how we'll do this. My colleague Kathleen Hoyer will describe the case study that we're doing in 10 schools. And the criteria for the case studies were to look at schools who have shown improvement in student outcomes on the YTOPS. And we had some limited use of data because the YTOPS is relatively new. Dr. Hoyer will explain what we did and how we got to those numbers, but we were able to identify some sample of schools that are showing improvement. And our measure was less an issue of schools that are just doing well, but more a question of schools that are improving over time, so that we're finding schools that are able to use the resources to see that more and more students are doing well. That seems like a more important thing to understand so we can improve the schools that aren't doing well than trying to understand what schools that are doing well are doing. That's also important. But our measure was improving. And so we will have more information about that and how we did it, depending on how fast the rest of the hearing goes and whether we transfer into tomorrow or not. I'm going to leave the scheduling to the co-chairs on that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So I'd indicated that we're overdue for a 3 o'clock break, and that
Senator Kinski, if I could, please. Senator Kinski,
Yeah,
Matt
please.
Whitmore have some comments before you break.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, real quickly, Senator Hutchins' point on the measure of 10 to 15 year analysis of Wyoming schools and how they're doing over that period of time. As Speaker Harshman indicated, Wyoming has changed the measure multiple times in the past 15 years with different statewide assessments. And the linking of those assessments across years becomes difficult. And so we can't use the same summative assessments from 2002 and compare it to 2019. And so that's one of the challenges in identifying schools that have shown growth over a long period of time, is that we have continued to change the measure. The other difficulty is that the NAEP score for Wyoming is a standard measure for Wyoming, but we don't get down into the details at the student district level. So I just wanted to highlight, that some of the difficulty in trying to answer that question is that Wyoming has modified its measure over the past 20 years.
Thank you. Matt, what time do you have?
Mr. Chairman, I have 3:15 on the dot.
All right, we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene. Bye. back from break. Where we left off is any questions from Joint Education Committee. Last one was from Senator Hutchins. Anybody else on Joint Education have any questions before we have Picus Nod resume their presentation? All right, hearing none. I don't know whether it's Alan or Larry, but go ahead and pick up from where you left off.
Mr. Co-Chair, thank you very much. Actually, it's neither of us. The next item on the agenda is the special education study. And what I would like to do with your permission is turn it over to Nate Levinson and Simone Carpenter and let them proceed from there.
All right, Nate, Simone, welcome.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all. It's our pleasure to be with you today and share with you an outline of the approach and the thinking behind the special education study we're doing as part of this larger project. What we'd like to do is share my screen for a little bit to walk through both the thinking behind what the purpose of our study is, the process, and to echo and touch on some of the best practices paralleling many of the things you've already heard today. So with your permission, I'd like to start sharing my screen and tell you our story.
Proceed.
Thank you.
Forge ahead.
Great. So I think the only thing or the most important thing to know about the district management group or our organization, from our founding, we've believed anything worth doing should meet three goals. The first, that it has to be great for kids. That's the most important reason, of course. But while we're trying to make things great for kids, we also believe if it's worth doing, it has to make the work more sustainable for staff. Teachers and administrators are stressed greatly, and that being good for kids is important. It also has to be great for the folks who are working to support your students. And lastly, the belief that we need to do those first two things as cost effectively as possible. And if it's great for kids and great for staff and good for the budget, then that would be something worth doing and worth sharing. And so everything we're going to talk about has those three goals in mind. Just a little bit more background so you get a sense of who I am and the work I've done as I lead this work for the district management group. As I'd mentioned earlier, I've worked with more than 200 school districts around the country, more than 25 states, on the issue of how to raise achievement for students with disabilities, more broadly students who struggle, and to do so within whatever budgets you have available. Much of that work has been in states that have small or rural schools that have a profile very similar to Wyoming, whether it's Wyoming, Western Connecticut, Vermont, Western Connecticut, Western Massachusetts, Washington State. So we're learning a lot about you all, but we've certainly come to this with an understanding of some of the challenges smaller and more rural schools have. Also, by way of background, I have been a superintendent, a school board member, and from the private sector. I've certainly done a lot of both primary research, summaries of secondary research. I've written a number of books and white papers on this, but perhaps the most important accomplishment that brings me at least a little bit of credibility to do this work is I have helped districts, and as a superintendent, really move the needle on student achievement, particularly for kids with disabilities. As a superintendent, we reduced at the high school level, for example, the general ed, special ed achievement gap by 40 points. At the elementary level, we reduced the number of struggling readers by 2/3. So it is about helping kids and making a world of difference. I'm supported by this team plus others. I know you had a chance to hear a bit about Simone earlier, and she'll be joining in this presentation particularly to bring us up to speed on the work that's been done so far in the state. Talking about that. Talking about this, we'll move because it's late. So I want to put a little bit of philosophy out there. Every organization brings a worldview, and I want to be upfront with you all as to what ours is. So the first is we do believe it is possible to raise achievement for students who struggle, students with disabilities, and do it within reasonable costs. Again, be really clear, the most important thing is to raise achievement, but we want to try to not think that the only way or the only lever to higher achievement is higher spending. To do that, it takes a systems thinking approach. That general education is going to be a big part of the answer. Also want to acknowledge that every district and every state is different. Your culture and context matter. And so as we're doing our work with you all, we are very cautious not to try to take ideas that simply worked elsewhere and assume they will work in Wyoming. And lastly, we know ultimately we need to be practical because simply a report doesn't help students. When we think about the kinds of things we want to look at, the kinds of topics and where we have done research, because we'll use the expression, and I know all consultants do, best practice research. And I want to share a little bit of that. I know Dr. Aden shared some of the best practices that were driving the EB model. You will find that there's an enormous amount of overlap between his thinking and our thinking. The research around what works for students with disabilities overlaps greatly with the research that what works for all students. And obviously we too are drawing from hundreds and hundreds of research articles from across the country and are quite up to date on that. So I want to share graphically what the research has shown. And again, obviously in our report, we will go much, much deeper into this, but to give you a sense of how we're thinking about best practices for raising students with disabilities. Because even though we are in part doing a funding study, it's come up multiple times today that there are a couple interrelated questions. One question is how much money? How much does it take to do certain things? But people have also noted it's the what are the things you are doing that matter greatly, and certainly the talent of the people doing those things matter greatly. So trying to summarize over 15 years of research into one graphic is about what you're looking at now. So let me walk you through it, the key components of it. The first point is that a rigorous general education curriculum and high quality general education instruction is the foundation to high achievement for students with disabilities. So I think sometimes folks are expecting that we'll come in and talk an awful lot or almost exclusively about what should happen in special ed by special educators. But if the goal, and I know your goal is to have all kids achieve at very high levels, including those with disabilities, what goes on in the general education classroom is paramount. And so we're in our study, we'll be looking at that as it relates to students with disabilities and many, many, many of the elements of the evidence-based model. Things like the class size, things like instructional coaches, things like intensive professional development. All of those elements that are supporting general education students are part and parcel and central to what it will take to support students with disabilities as well. Within the general education setting, some people will say the three most important things to helping kids with disabilities achieve at high levels are reading, reading, and reading. If we know nationally about 40+% of all kids with a disability, their core shortcoming academically is they struggle to read. We know that if kids are able to read and comprehend well, particularly by third grade, their life's trajectory is dramatically better than kids who are struggling by at the end of third grade. And this is especially true with kids with disabilities. So the first two thoughts are, if we want to really help kids achieve at high levels who have disabilities, rigorous, high quality general education instruction and a laser-like focus on literacy, particularly early literacy, are the bedrock. If you did that, that's a great start, but that is not sufficient. What you're also going to need is extra instructional time to master the content. Now, this, again, in the evidence-based model, there was discussion of structures and the use of time. Put fairly simply, if a typical student, takes 90 minutes to learn to read, or 60 minutes to learn math in 8th grade, and then and that a student who struggles will need more than that. And so looking at how schedules are built and services delivered matters greatly. And so creating time in the schedule and staff to serve students during that extra time is critical. During that extra time, it is very, very important that the instruction be targeted. So this is not a generic help. It's not help based on a program you may have purchased, but it's really understanding in great detail what a student is struggling in and targeting the support. That's where, again, those recommendations around data teams and the use of data is so important. If we did all of this, again, it's excellent, but not sufficient. Addressing the social, emotional, behavioral needs of students is a prerequisite to them being able to take advantage of all of this academic support. So I think we're well past the discussion of whether we should focus on academics or focus on social, emotional, behavioral. You really can't do one without the other. The social, emotional, behavioral is critical to higher academic achievement. And it's also, as you've heard, the research over the last 5 and 10 years, that the number of kids coming to school with greater social, emotional, behavioral needs is rising. And it's also happening at a much younger age. So you're seeing lots of kindergartners, lots of first and second graders with these challenges. That wasn't always true 10 or 15 years ago. Within all of this, whether you're delivering great general education curriculum, whether you're delivering powerful literacy instruction, whether you're delivering extra time, whether you're delivering social and emotional supports, all of this only works if you've got very talented staff delivering all of these services. So I know there's been a lot of discussion about talent. That doesn't stop when we turn the conversation to supporting kids with disabilities. When we think about talent, when it comes to students with disabilities, there are a couple special added expectations or dimensions when we think about talented staff for serving kids with special needs. One is what we call content strong. If I'm a student who struggles in math and I'm getting this extra help in math, the person providing me that extra help needs to know math really, really well, inside and out. The other thing that's unique about special educators is that they are asked to do a wider range of tasks than most other people in a public school. They may be asked to teach math and English and reading and assess students and write IEPs and interface with parents and help out with behavior and perhaps write a behavior plan. That is a wider range of tasks than most anybody else in a school system. So as we think about having highly talented people, It's acknowledging that people generally are not talented at everything. They're talented at a number of things, and allowing staff to play to their strengths so they do more of the things they're very strong at and perhaps less of what they're not as strong at can also raise the talent level. It will also have the added benefit of making the work much more sustainable. When we interview folks who leave the profession, and unfortunately too many do, it is often because they're being asked to do so much and it is stressing them out. Maybe this would be a good time to pause if people have questions about the best practices before we talk about our actual process, the work we're going to be doing with you all.
All right, I think this is a good break point, and I'd note that you're halfway through your slides, and we were only 20 minutes behind, so we may yet finish on time, which would be wonderful. Representative Barlow.
Let me stop sharing as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on the graphic that you were just showing, it seems like does it have two or one presumption within the graphic, that is one that education is delivered in an inclusion type model instead of a pull-out model? And if not, is that something that you actually track as you go through between districts and even schools? And the second one is in an analysis for Wyoming, and you've done this other places. Wyoming has child development centers, which in most communities, and if you're able to track those students that had access to that versus folks that did not. This is a preschool type of a program, but specifically designed, and we have one in Wyoming. So those two questions, inclusion-based and the preschool access. Thank you. Based for success.
Chairman, Senator Barlow. So to your first question, yeah, this very, very much assumes an inclusion approach. That's that number one and number two about the focus on general education. There may be, and there usually are, a very small number of students who might not be appropriate for inclusion, but the overwhelming majority of students, research says, and the best practice model says they will achieve at higher levels, both socially and academically, with the focus on inclusion, and that's built into this model. And if I wasn't explicit about that, my apologies. And as far as we know, again, in the same way that preschool and is beneficial for students without disabilities, it is particularly beneficial for students with. And I don't know whether we're looking in Wyoming, that's something I'll have to get back to you on, to what extent we're looking at students accessing those other programs outside the schools.
Representative Connolly, and then Senator Bebout.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm curious about your kind of element 5, the social, emotional, and behavioral supports that you talked about as being crucial. We're operating with a model that I think was developed in 2010 and updated a little bit in 15, talked about in 17. And honestly, with those subsequent discussions, the social, emotional, and behavioral supports were elements that were not emphasized in the 2010. And so I think as we go forward, we'll need to pay more attention to that. And I'm curious if you could talk a little bit more about what are the elements of SEB these days that we'll be paying attention to, we need to pay attention to.
Certainly, Mr. Chair, Representative Connolly, great question. I think as you've pointed out, that maybe in 2010 it wasn't necessarily top of mind. It's certainly in 2020 it is top of mind in virtually every district across the country. And I think we've learned a lot in the last 10 years. So a few of the things that the research has told us is, one is that it is in fact fundamental to academic achievement. So I think there, again, that whole debate of which should we focus on, if students aren't ready to learn, if they can't concentrate, focus, if they're being removed from the room because of behavior, they can't learn if we haven't met their social and emotional behavioral needs. Equally true, teachers can't teach if their classroom is constantly disrupted, if they are stressed because they are so engaged and so focused on managing social emotional behavioral needs. So both students and staff need this to be working well. Now, what does working well mean? It tends to fall into three large categories. The first is building the skill set of teachers to address what I'll call fairly routine challenges. And I don't mean routine in that they're not important or they're not difficult, but things that happen on a regular basis that the majority or many of their students will have. Most teachers today, even if you just recently graduated, don't receive a lot of training on this. Whether it's classroom management, de-escalation, creating a safe and welcoming climate. So we are seeing some of those instructional coaches that you see built into the model being used to help teachers build their capacity for these more routine social and emotional needs. You're also seeing those extra professional development days used for this, and even the PLC common planning time. So the first is build teacher capacity for some more routine matters. Second is mental health needs have just grown dramatically. Addressing mental health needs is beyond the scope of a traditional teacher. They're not trained. And so making sure that you've got the skill set, staff with mental health services, mental health background, to be able to provide some of those services. Yes, some places do this through regional efforts and some do it through partnerships with other community centers. So there is some range of who provides the services, but they need to be provided. And then the third and final major component is managing students with very significant behavioral challenges. Sometimes it's maybe 2 or 3% of all the students in a school, but just 2 or 3 of those students can turn an entire school upside down. It can drive both principals and teachers into retirement. It can disrupt almost everything. Addressing those highly explosive children is a terminology that is sometimes used. Takes a very specialized set of skills. And these are skills that we did not necessarily need to have in schools 10 and 15 years ago, but they are needed today.
Mr. Chair, follow up.
Yes, please.
Mr. Levinson, so then I'm curious about what we'll expect with your final report. I remember like the 2017 APA report suggested that we do more hiring when it came to social workers or counselors, including in the elementary school levels. Will you be making suggestions like that in relationship to staffing or very specific needs for professional development for existing teachers? I'm just curious what we should be anticipating.
Sure. What we'll be doing, in your one step ahead of me, but that's great, is giving you a sense of how across the state students with disabilities are being served, how that compares and contrasts to these best practices. Also, if there are funding or staffing implications to that, or training implications, as you mentioned, what would it take to move closer to these best practices, and to do it in a way that is respectful to your culture and context in the state.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Bebout.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Levinson, you mentioned about the challenges today are much tougher than they were 15 years ago. And I certainly understand the one about parenting and the issues there and some of the social things going on in our country. But are there other things out there that you're concerned about? You could tell us what they are, and then why are they occurring?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, Senator Bebout, yeah, I can answer half your question. The half I can answer with some certainty is what's changed. What we know is the onset of severe problematic behavior used to be 10 and 15 years ago, almost entirely a middle school and high school challenge. It is definitely now a preschool, kindergarten, first, second, all through elementary. So one shift has been a dramatic earlier stage of onset. The second is we've always had kids with problematic behavior, but the sheer number of kids is much larger, 2, 3, 4, 5 times as much. The number of students dealing with anxiety, depression, and suicidal thoughts, particularly over the last 10 or 15 years, are up 2, 3, and 4-fold. And this was pre-pandemic. This was pre things becoming even more stressful. So those are the major changes we're seeing. Oh, excuse me, you also have more children as a country living in poverty. You have more children seeing trauma at home and in their communities than we did 10 and 15 years ago. All of that has added to the challenges that schools need to address. That was the first half of your question. The second half is to why is this happening? A lot of smart people have spent a lot of years trying to figure that out. They don't agree with themselves. I don't believe there's a consensus as to the why. But from a practical question, we don't know why it is here, but it is definitely here. And our review and the schools that you are funding need to address these challenges.
Senator Bebout, follow-up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. A quick question about that, and I can certainly understand the whys when you look at our country as a whole and some of the things going on, but you look at a rural state like Wyoming and things are just different. You know, we've heard it already all day about why we have a different funding our model, the schools, the small schools, and all of those different issues. And when you think about that, and certainly given the nature of our state, you would think that that would not be as big a why as to other areas. Is that a fair assessment or not?
You know, it would have been easy to assume that as a rural state, that, you know, these were, you know, big city kind of challenges. What we have seen across country is they're happening in every corner. As we have been talking to teachers and school leaders across your state, they are seeing this in literally every corner. And I think one of the pieces that makes it perhaps even more challenging in a state like Wyoming is where you're going to have the same need because you have smaller schools. It is harder to have some of these very specialized skills. You know, if you have one special educator, they've got to do the academics, they've got to do the IEPs, they've got to do the testing, and now we're adding on, hey, are they also supposed to be doing behavior plans? Are they? So in smaller schools, it can be more challenging to have the specialized skills that some of these challenges hold. So unfortunately, I don't think you all are exempt from these modern challenges.
Well, and one last thing, Mr. Chairman, and you know, I think all of us on the screen right now are very proud of the hardworking, dedicated special ed teachers we have in Wyoming. And what I see when I've talked to some of my fellow members of the legislature in other states, it's simply easier in certain schools and school districts just to say, well, we'll put them in special ed, rather than making an effort early on to try to mitigate the impacts and do something differently. And I don't think Wyoming necessarily is that way. I really don't believe that. But as you evaluate in your experience, is that something that's something to be concerned about?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Bebout, I think there are two thoughts going through my head. The first is, you know, I think you've got highly talented, great special educators, but they're leaving your schools, they're leaving the profession. There is a shortage in all 50 states, but it is particularly acute in your state. So what we know is the work is so challenging that people are choosing to either stop doing it or not start doing it. So I think that's, you know, something we take to heart. And so as we look at how best to serve the students, we also want to be looking at how to make this work very sustainable for staff. Because you've got very great people, but they're having a very hard time with the jobs as currently structured.
Okay, further questions from the Recalibration Committee before I turn to the Joint Education Committee? Seeing none, joint education members, you have questions on the presentation by Nate so far? All right, I think you're good to go, Nate.
Okay,
Forge ahead.
this is the benefit of going late in the afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me come back to.
Actually, you're just lucky. Usually we're happy to run overtime.
So having shared a little bit about the best practices, obviously, as we start to share findings later in the year, we will go much, much deeper into the best practices and certainly how the state practices compare and contrast. I want to talk a bit about the process that we're using to do our study. So the first point is that there are 4 goals to our work. So the first is to look for opportunities to raise achievement for students with disabilities. I want to be very clear and very upfront with everybody. This is about helping kids, first and foremost. Second, we want to look for opportunities to make supporting students with disabilities easier for districts and teachers. I think that really anything that says, hey, this will help kids, but put even more pressures on the adults is just, it's not sustainable. It's not going to come to happen at scale. The third is, as we're trying to help kids and help your staff, help your teachers and administrators, we want to look for ways to do this in a cost-effective manner. There is an enormous amount of research out there that says how you spend your dollars matters as much as how many dollars you spend when it comes to helping kids with disabilities. So we really want to make sure that we're doing the things that work and do them efficiently and effectively. And the last thing we're going to do as a goal is to review regulations and policies in the state that either support or inhibit these best practices. Because again, special education, it's the most regulated aspect of public education. Every rule, regulation, and interpretation was always put in for good reason, but sometimes they don't always support what's best for kids or adults. They were just intended to do that. So 4 goals on our work. The process of how we're going to learn about what's going on so we can give you advice that is worth listening to is first and foremost, we're going to listen and learn from district and state staff. I'll get into the specifics in a moment, but have and will be talking to a lot of people from every corner of the state. We've also will be gathering very detailed data on how special education staff use their time. Again, because they do so many different things and they are stressed to such a significant level, we really wanted to make sure we had an excellent fact base for what are all the things they're being asked to do and how much time goes to one task versus another. I will be reviewing a great deal of quantitative data statewide, long-term trends, academic achievement. I know many of you have been talking about what data is available. We're also going to be taking a deep dive to understand and review your current funding model. As obvious as you know, it's a reimbursement model. We want to understand how it works, what incentives it can create, what incentives it may actually be creating, because sometimes an incentive can exist but not actually happen. So we want to really understand what is happening and what could happen. We also want to look at how your model compares and contrasts to other state models. Just to be fair, there are 50 states, there are 50 funding models. None are perfect. There isn't one right model. And then lastly, we did want to take that dive into your policies and regulations and see if policies and regulations are helping or hurting to provide great quality services, make the work of your staff sustainable, and to do all of that cost effectively. So those are the 5 basic elements. I'm going to ask my colleague Simone, who's been leading a lot of the work in the state to share with you what we've done so far.
Great. Thanks, Nate, and good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. As I shared earlier and Nate just shared, my name is Simone Carpenter, and I'm a senior associate at District Management Group. And I'm excited to be sharing some of the work that me and my team have been doing with the state of Wyoming over the last few months, and then where we're going to be going over the next few months to bring you a report that answers a lot of the questions that have already been brought up today, but that will continue to be brought up over the course of today and the next few months. And so, as Nate said, one of the first and most robust ways we're gathering information on the current state of practices and services across the state of Wyoming is through listening and learning from district and state leaders. We did 5 in-person visits. I had the pleasure of visiting a few different districts across the state of Wyoming over the course of January through March. We visited Campbell 1, Lincoln 1, Natrona 1, Sublette 9, and Weston 1. And then our second set of 5 districts got canceled because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we made those up through remote visits where we spoke to a number of different staff from 5 additional districts, Albany 1, Carbon 1, Fremont 6, Laramie 1, and Park 6. We recognize that remote visits don't give you the look and the feel of visiting classrooms themselves. And so we will be conducting some of those in the fall if possible. But Nate, if you could go to the next slide. You'll see that in each of these district visits, we ran a lot of different focus groups and interviews to really hear perspectives of district leaders, school-based staff, and see classrooms themselves to understand what do services look like, what is going really well about the way that students with disabilities are served across these different districts, what are some of the biggest challenges for staff members and students with or without disabilities. And then also understand from the district leader perspective, what are some of the really great strengths and challenges to the existing funding model in Wyoming. We also visited, I had the pleasure of visiting the Capitol back in January and met with some state leaders from the Department of Ed and got to hear their perspectives as well. So we heard from state leaders, district leaders, and then school-based staff from every role from paraprofessionals all the way up through principals at schools. We did all of these different conversations, both in person and remotely, and ended up speaking with over 450 different leaders and staff members in over 150 different conversations. And then with those 5 districts that we saw in person, we were able to visit elementary, middle, and high school classrooms. Saw a variety of different settings from totally self-contained specialized programs for students with disabilities, all the way to full inclusion classrooms with just a general education teacher, but with students with disabilities, to having co-taught classrooms or paraprofessionals in the classroom. So we observed a number of different service delivery models across 5 districts, and we're again hoping to see those same service delivery models across the other 5 districts as well. Nate, if you could go to the next slide. As Nate said earlier, and through our work, we were able to do a lot of conversations, a lot of listening and learning from staff members, but we weren't only able to talk to staff members from 10 districts, and we wanted to get a broader understanding of the role of different special educators and folks who work, practitioners who work directly with students across the state. And so we conducted what we call schedule sharing, which is where we ask practitioners to share a typical week schedule. So they log into our proprietary software and tell us from 8 a.m. to 8:30, I wrote an IEP. And from 8:30 to 9:15, I provided service in math with 3 students in a co-taught setting. And we asked all practitioners, all special education practitioners from all 48 districts to share this information to get some key insights around what are the true service delivery models being used across the state? How is group size utilized for different roles, different grades, and different districts? What are the academic supports provided to students, but also what are some of those non-academic supports provided to students, like those social, emotional, and behavioral supports? And then finally, how much time of a special education practitioner is devoted to non-instructional activities like paperwork and meeting? And we answer some of the questions of could those things be streamlined to allow people who got into the profession to work with students to really maximize their time with students. And Nate, if you go to the next slide, you'll see that we did this. Oh, sorry.
My bad.
Oh, no problem. We had planned on doing this in early April with all 48 districts. We collected a lot of information from the 48 districts and from the Department of Ed, and then ended up postponing because of COVID. We ended up deciding to do virtual schedule sharing with staff during a time that is abnormal or atypical. And so rather than asking them to fill in what is your schedule during the week that you're actually providing services, which is what we typically would do, we instead asked staff to think back to when they were in brick and mortar buildings, when they were providing service in person to students, and to say, what did a typical schedule really look like? How much of your time were you able to spend with students? How many IEP meetings do you typically attend in a week? And a series of other questions. We asked staff from across 34 roles, coded roles in WDE data. This includes special ed teachers, paraprofessionals, psychologists, social workers, counselors, case managers, and a number of other roles as well. And it ended up being about 4,000 staff across all 48 districts that we asked to participate. We typically expect to see in statewide efforts like this, in a typical year without a global pandemic taking place, we typically expect to see about 40% participation. And given the fact that this was the time of a global pandemic, we expected participation to be even lower. And instead, we saw 75% of staff members across Wyoming shared their schedule with us. That was about 3,000 special education practitioners across these roles shared their schedule with us across all 48 districts. We have representative samples of all 48 districts, and we just have a robust data set here to be able to understand how our different practitioners using their time or supporting students. We also asked a couple of open-ended questions at the end of our schedule sharing, and one of those included, what is atypical about this schedule, or what are you unable to provide because we weren't asking you to provide, or what gets in the way of doing this typical schedule? And so for a lot of folks, that's things like crisis management, behavior support that ends up getting in the way of their direct service or their paperwork or meetings. So we also asked staff a few open-ended questions in addition to filling in this almost Google Calendar-like sharing of their schedule.
Great.
And if you go to the next slide. So in addition to hearing from staff themselves and then gathering data from staff themselves, we're also gathering a lot of data at the state level from the Department of Ed. We've collected some of this information and we're continuing to collect others around student achievement, attendance, disciplinary data, financial data, and then some special education specific information like staffing guidelines and staffing rates, IEP identification rates by disability and by district, revenues and expenditures, out of district placements, and specialized programs. And we're not looking at quantitative data in a vacuum from our qualitative data through schedule sharing or through the focus groups and interviews, but rather looking at the intersection of these to understand when we're seeing a district in schedule sharing using a case management model, how does that impact their student achievement data or their staffing rates? So really looking at these things in combination with one another.
Great, thank you. Beyond looking at just what's going on in the schools, we wanted to take kind of a step back and look at the kind of the context in which schools are operating. So one was to understand and review your current funding model. Questions like, what are the strengths of the current funding model? What are the drawbacks to your current funding model? What incentives, intentional or unintentional, does the current funding model promote? So just trying to get a level set for you, you've had a particular way of funding special education services for a while. It's very well understood out in the districts. So I wanted to understand how it is working and what it encourages or doesn't. We also wanted to, beyond that, when we think about those best practices that I opened with, it's certainly everybody's intention to fund the things that work, and hopefully to do that cost effectively. But there are potentially, and this is just something we want to be checking for, does your funding model unintentionally make it harder to do some of these best practices? Don't know the answer yet, but we will be sharing that answer in the near future. And we also wanted to look, while we're doing this, is what are some lessons you can learn from other states? Again, it is not because our expectation is to come back and tell you to abandon what you're doing and copy some other states, but there are 49 other folks who've had to wrestle with similar questions and similar issues. I wanted to compare and contrast your current model to some of the other models to see if there are any lessons to be learned that might be helpful to you all as you think about the funding of special education. And then the last piece, and I'm just about done, and we'll have some time for your questions, is we want to take a look at policy and regulation. Policy and regulation, the federal government creates the basic shell for IDEA and what special education laws are. As a state, you don't get to change any of the federal rules, but you do, or you can have the option to add onto them, and you also will interpret them. It should be hopefully no surprise to anybody, but the federal laws for IDA, 40 plus years old, revised a number of times. They're not always clear and easy to understand. And over the years, almost every state Department of Education has had to issue guidance, explanation, how it is interpreting the IDA rules. And so what we want to look at is how does Wyoming currently interpret IDA regulations, and in what way does that impact spending, costs, the ability to implement best practices, the ability to reduce stress on staff. And so I want to also give you some insights into whether any of the rules or regulations are helping or hurting doing all the things that folks generally want to do, which is help kids, help your staff, and do both those things cost effectively. And we think collectively, the look at this, the districts, the look at how people use their time, and looking at this larger regulatory and funding context will allow us to meet those 4 goals that I opened this conversation with. And just very briefly, the next steps, and then I will stop. It is our hope to visit the remaining classrooms in the 5 districts that we ended up visiting remotely. And if travel regulations and health and safety allow us, we'll do that in the fall. We are currently in the process of synthesizing, again, we've spoken to 450 folks. We have data on 3,000 schedules and an enormous amount of review of your rules and regulations. So we've gathered a lot, and we're just starting to make sense of this. We'll come back to you in the late fall with both our findings and a set of recommendations. And with that, let me stop sharing.
Questions from the Recalibration Committee. Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So I have 2 questions, and I don't know a lot about special ed, but when I started looking at what other states do, I in regards to special ed, I mean, obviously we're funding at 100% of reimbursement, 100% reimbursement for previous year. We went off that, come back to that. But when I look at other states fund special ed, but then they really put the onus back on to local, individual districts in other, in their states to come up with the rest of the money. Our Constitution does not allow us to have local wealth and to have a local funding of any piece of the model. And so we have probably one of the most, if not the most unique funding model. It's very equitable. And so as you're examining this, I want you to tell me in the end, how do we differ from other states in the way we fund, and how will any funding model that you think of that might work, how is that going to relate back to the way our Constitution requires us to fund, which is basically 100% state funding. And then the other question I want to really tease out, and I don't know if it's possible, but I hear anecdotally and I hear from districts, and I've even heard from parents and friends of other parents, that people have moved into the state of Wyoming to take advantage of our robust special ed program, which is good on us, right? I think we've tried to do a remarkable job of funding special education. But if we are drawing in a population, that's good for us, but bad, good for them, but bad for us in a sense, good for society maybe. So are you going to be able to get your arms around that? So one is, how is our funding model disadvantaged, has disadvantages to the way other states react to special ed? And then are we attracting a population?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Somers, a few thoughts. One is, obviously, anything we're going to suggest will meet your constitutional requirement. So not going to be suggesting changing the Constitution. That said, one of the things we will be looking at, are there changes, tweaks, modifications, whether it's policy, regulation, or the formula itself, that are small changes that are well within your constitutional requirements that might make it even better. And again, defining better as supporting higher levels of learning for students, better work life for staff, and being cost effective. So the first would be simply looking at what you currently have and seeing whether there are small tweaks to it. The second, we will be sharing what are essentially, I said there are 49 other methods. There are, if you take those 49 other states, they really condense down to about 5 to 7 broad models. We will compare and contrast what you do to the other types of models out there. Thirdly, and there are certainly strengths to your model. So it's not just looking for how is your current model not as good as somebody else's. I think in a number of ways, we're likely to see that it is better than what other states do. So we'll try to give you the pluses and the deltas. And then lastly, to your question of, and you said about folks moving in to take advantage of it. I've used the term incentive a number of times. That's a potential incentive. What does your model entice people to do who are thoughtful, logical people who just scan the world, whether that's parents in another state, parents within your state, administrators, teachers. So we are trying to gauge what incentives are both potentially there, and I think as importantly, are actually happening. And the reason why actually happening matters, as I've mentioned in my biography, I've now worked in, I believe, 28 states. All 28 states believe they're a magnet for special education. I've worked in more than 200 school districts, and without a doubt, all 200 are positive they are a magnet for students with special education. Every place has students with special needs, and the needs are growing in intensity, so it can feel that way. So yeah, we are actually going to try to, if we have the data, try to get a sense of whether you are in fact identifying at higher levels, having more kids with needs, actually spending more or not, because you can have an incentive, but it might not actually be taking root. So we're going to try to do both those things.
Thank you, Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Mr. Levins, just, our rate of special ed has been about 13% for 20 years now. Even while our, statewide FTE has gone up, it dropped a little bit when we had an energy bust. It's gone back up again, so we've got a lot of customers, but I was wondering about that 13%. Is that a similar number? Is it counted the same, that kind of thing? And you're, the 28 states you worked at. And then just a side note, we have a lot of incentives in this state. We have a lot of people coming here for a lot of different reasons. And we have the wealthiest county in the United States in Teton. So we've got a lot of good incentives. I think we're number one for military veterans. We're number one for retirees. And so it's a great place to move to and start up. So for sure. But anyway, about that 13%.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, Representative Harshman. Yeah, this is a fascinating question. So we're very early in our research, but we are far enough along to tell you that your identification rate of about 13% is the national average. National average runs 13.1, 13.2, depending on the year. Which is fascinating in the sense that one, given your reimbursement methodology, one could have reasonably assumed, whoa, we're creating an incentive to identify kids with disabilities. To be 100% clear, everybody, because of IDA, uses the same process and uses the same disability categories, but the actual definition of what is a disability, even 40 years into IDA, is very inconsistent from state to state and even district to district. It is not a hard and fast, unambiguous measure. And so what is interesting is that even though your funding creates an incentive to, quote, over-identify, you are not. And what is equally interesting when you think about the other models, so I'm from Massachusetts, please don't hold that against me, but we have a funding system that is the exact opposite. We don't get extra money for more kids. We don't get extra money for having higher expenses. And yet we have the second highest identification rate in the country. So it is just fascinating that an incentive could be present or not present, but people's actions are driven by many other things. And certainly in the case of Massachusetts, in the case of Wyoming in this example, the actions in the schools have no relationship to the funding incentives. But we'll be looking deeper into this.
Thank you so much.
Senator Cost. Senator Cost.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. I was having a hard time finding that mute button. I have a question for Mr. Levinson, and that would be, because we are 100% funded, will you guys be looking at district sizes and the number of people they're hiring for their use in their districts compared to the percentages to see if there's consistency or maybe a lack of consistency? And I'm certainly not implying that anybody is trying to take advantage more than somebody else, but when it's 100% funded, sometimes it's easier to say, let's add another person than it is to say we can work it out in groups or whatever. So my question is, will you be looking for the possibility that we are very similar throughout the state in different sizes and numbers, or whether there's all over the place? And if that's the case, is there any recommendations that would maybe help put that into a better perspective? Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Senator Cost. Yes, that is one of the major analyses we'll be doing that runs something like this. Looking at each district looking at how many students there are, looking at how many students with disabilities, looking at the staffing levels by role, asking, is there consistency? Is there inconsistency? Also being able to look, because we've got the how folks use their time data, to say, hey, maybe here's a district that's got more staff than maybe the mean. Is it because they're serving kids differently? They're using their time differently, their group sizes differently. So if we're seeing differences, what's driving it? And I think the one, the footnote to all of this is, the needs of kids differ. And, I think it is easy and reasonable to look statewide and say, hey, if you've got 1,000 kids and I've got 1,000 kids, we might be within reason similar. But there are, kids with severe disabilities change everything. One or two students can change everything. And we need to be cautious, and we will be, we will remind you to be as we share the data. But yes, we are definitely looking at those kind of issues in great detail.
Representative Harshman, Representative Connolly had her hand up before yours, and then we'll go to you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Levinson and Ms. Carpenter, I'm sure that you found with being in Wyoming that people are pretty passionate about education. There's no two ways about it. And so I am curious, you do have some robust data, but is there any opportunity for parents or community members to weigh in before you do your final report?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Connolly, you are correct. People are very passionate education in the state. I think it is currently planned. I don't think we've got a lot of opportunity for parents. Let us take that under advisement and think about what we could do.
Okay, Representative Harshman.
Yeah, real quick, Mr. Co-Chairman. I think, Mr. Levinson, when you get into that numbers, whether they're in Casper or Chugwater or Sheridan or Cheyenne, I think all that's pretty much governed by statute, rules in the department, and policy. I mean, so it's, numbers of employees and those kind of things per student. So thanks.
Okay, questions from Senator Coe.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've done studies on efficiencies, how we can improve, concerned about the amount of money, the $245 million a year we spend on special education. Will you bring to us in your final report any recommendations on potential efficiencies that maybe we aren't using right now that we might be able to incorporate, whether it's sharing resources or whatever it might be? Because, we've looked at this over the last 4 or 5 years a lot, even froze spending for a couple of years. And I'm just curious whether you'll bring to us any recommendations on efficiencies.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, Senator Coe. The answer is yes, with the footnote. I mean, we are very committed to helping you help your kids in a cost-effective way. As I open my presentation, we think anything worth sharing with you would be how to make things even better for your students, and better for your staff, and also better for your budget. So, and we do believe that in most places we have worked, you can do all three of those, and rather than just doing any one of them. So we're definitely looking for how could you be more cost effective, but we don't want to do that in a way that either makes it even harder for your staff, going to take away things from kids, which I know is not anybody's intent. But if we can really give you some ideas for how to make things even better and more cost effective, I think that just seems like it's a win-win-win, and that's where our focus is going to be.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Levinson, I have two questions. The first is with regard to identification models, severe discrepancy versus response to intervention approaches, and whether or not you have seen literature or data, or there are any studies with regard to which one is more cost effective for a given performance.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, Senator Rothfuss. it's a great question. It's a bit of a technical question. And I think the best answer I have is less technical. What we've seen, having looked at a lot of school systems, hundreds and hundreds, is that there are really two different ways, two parallel structures for how students are identified. And what you've asked, which is a very reasonable and thoughtful question, is about what is the technical methodology being used. What we have found is that regardless of which technical methodology you use, there is a cultural methodology. Like in Massachusetts, if I see a student that presents this way, doesn't matter whether I'm using any of the different identification methodologies. In Massachusetts, that looks like a student with an IEP. And in Connecticut, which in some cases is only 6 miles away, it definitely does not. So we've found that identification rates and who gets services is vastly more driven by cultural norms than any of the technical tools or processes that are being used.
Great, thanks. And I think that's something that would be valuable for us to understand better and maybe what the best practices there are. My understanding is that it gets to what you're saying, which is that maybe sometimes severe discrepancy is appropriate, maybe sometimes RTI is, but the reality is you actually want to make sure you're identifying early so that you can have the most appropriate intervention for that student at a time, and that's often the most cost effective. The second question I have is tying some concepts together that we've been looking at, which is early childhood education. We understand and have had discussion that one of the best ways to reduce costs associated with special education is actually that early childhood education, pre-K and other types of programs. Do you have any thoughts on that? And can you provide us with some good literature, evidence, studies that help to support what best practices we should be engaging in?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, Senator Rothfuss again. You are very much correct that the best thing you could do for students is to help them and intervene early. And the best thing you can do for your budget is to help them and intervene early. Just to give you a very simple example, a student who is, been in school for 6 months and is 6 months behind in reading, you can catch them up in 2 or 3 months. That's where that RTI, that's where that tutor can make a world of difference. So you're talking about an intervention that's, months of time, and now a student is back on track. Now imagine they didn't get that intervention, and now they're 1.5 years or 2 years behind. Well, then we tried that RTI, it didn't work because they were too far behind or it wasn't effective. Now they've got an IEP. IEPs are for life. That means for the next 12 years, I'll be receiving special education services. So from a cost point of view, that wasn't very helpful, but much more importantly, from the student's life outcome, the 12 years of special education services typically do not get that student to the same ultimate life success than that very successful early intervention could have. So both from a student perspective and a financial perspective, find kids who struggle early, intervene quick and intensively, and everybody benefits. And we will certainly be weighing in on that.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Bebout.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of observations, and there's a question or two in there as well. And the first thing is, and Steve talked about it with the 13% that we've seen consistently for the last 15, 20 years. In fact, ever since we had special ed reimbursed at 100%. And when you look at that, and then you look at the IEPs as sort of a gatekeeper, is there a relationship between the IEPs and what they do relative to that percentage being consistent, and the IEPs and how we do those or administer them? And then the second thing, of course, is, we're 13% with our special ed in K through 12, but we also, one of the things that's out of whack for the state of Wyoming is what we do with the preschoolers, where the nation, I think, is about 6 to 8% of those receive the preschool assistance, whereas in Wyoming, we're 15%. So is there a correlation between that when you look at early intervention? And a question about that. And then when you look at the cost and you compare it and you get into parenting, and a little bit what Representative Conley's talking about, you know, obviously a parent that's got a special ed child is going to be very pro in supporting the program. But when you look at other states, did you see any kind of relationship for those that did not have 100% reimbursement with the parent involvement versus us that might have? The last question is, I didn't realize we needed a special ed director in a lot of our school districts. You're asking that question. Is that consistent with a lot of schools out there? And is there any kind of a formula like 1 for 6, 1 for 2, 2 for 10, anything like that?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, Senator Bebout, there are a number of questions in there. We will certainly be looking at you know, staffing levels and identification rates and the process by which kids are identified. So that is part of it. It's too early to share any findings, but it's part of what we're looking at. I think you raise a really powerful point that, you know, one part is how many kids have an IEP. The other is when you're thinking about staffing and spending, what is written into the IEP? And again, the research has shown that cultural norms develop. They develop in districts and they develop in states. So you could have a student in Wyoming and you could have that same student if they moved to Texas and literally brought, you know, the test data from their IEP evaluation and put it in front of a group of folks in Texas, they would write a very different IEP than you would write in Wyoming. And if they moved to Massachusetts a few years later, they would then write a very different IEP there. So I want to acknowledge that the what goes into IEPs is less than a science. I believe that folks who write them feel that they are very scientific and very consistent, but having traveled this nation for almost 20 years doing this, it's not as consistent. And when you think about staffing and spending and student achievement, the what goes in matters a lot. That's in fact part of the reason we did the schedule sharing, is to really understand what kinds of services are actually being provided. It's a faster way than reading all the IEPs. It's the enactment of what teachers are doing day in and day out. So we'll definitely be able to share with you some observations about what's being written into the IEPs as well.
Okay, anybody else? Senator Bebout, follow up.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we'll talk about the special ed director later.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to skip that. There were 3 questions and I only answered 2. If you, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like me to answer that one, I'm happy to do so.
We'll do it later.
Okay.
Else from the Senate Recalibration Committee before I turn to the Joint Education Committee? I'm not seeing any hands. Members of the Joint Education Committee, questions for Mr. Levinson? Anyone? All right. Then Senator Ellis, did you have a question? No? Okay. So that brings us, I think, Mr. Levinson, to the end of the presentation today. I guess I would just want to throw in one thing. I like to I like to come in last, just as the chair. But I hope, and I'm going to ask the same thing of Picus and Auden, I hope that you're attuned to the subtext of so much of what's going on, which is, you know, before we were rich, now we're teetering on bankruptcy. And we had a model that Augenblick and Picus and Auden in previous reports said, well, gee, we've never seen a state that just doesn't pick and choose certain elements of the model. They just fund everything. And here's a state that just funded everything in special education. We don't have that option going forward. So Picus and Auden, I'm going to be asking them, of the 40 elements of the model, could you please prioritize those in some way to give us some kind of guide in how we can most effectively spend our dollars? Because I just don't know if funding everything is an option anymore. I know there's members of this committee who will disagree with that. And I'd ask the same thing in your report, if you could. I hear that you talk about best practices, and you're studying how districts are performing now, but they're performing under a model that is 100% reimbursement, no questions asked. And I don't know that we can afford that. So I'm hoping that you will put your thumb on the scale. I know that's tough to do when you're talking about kids in special education, but if you could priority rank what are the most effective things, personally, I'd appreciate that. I think that's what we're going to be forced to do.
Yes,
Representative Summers. Oh wait, let's let Mr. Levinson respond, and then we can go on back to Representative Summers.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to share with you, and I definitely feel and hear the tone and the subtext of today's conversation. And what we have found, and I think it's just fortunate. We're not smarter than the average person. It's not philosophy, but what we have found across the country and what the research has shown, that there really are ways of helping kids more and spending less. And to the extent we can come to you with things that are both better for kids and better for staff and better for your budget, that is definitely our first choice. And that's where I think a lot of our energy will go. I certainly hear that if there are financial pressures and if people want to know where there might be opportunities for efficiency, that's a reasonable request and we will honor that. But I will say that our first approach is to be both more impactful and more cost effective. And there are very few things in at least the K-12 world where we have found where you can do both those things. But we have found that often in special education, it really can be a win-win. So we will start there and, as requested, look for efficiencies as well.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And maybe just to tell you my perspective, I want to hear what you believe that we need to do to provide an adequate, equitable education to every child in Wyoming, every special ed child in Wyoming. Do I want to see some efficiency? Yes, but that's not the driver. Your job is to give us a model that provides our constitutional mandate. If we choose to ignore that, that's our business. But I don't think it's our job to ask you to drive down the price. It's our job to ask you, what is our constitutional requirement? That's from me. And certainly we all hope for efficiencies, but that's not what we're just asking you for as well. We're asking what will provide that adequate, equitable education to every special ed child in the state of Wyoming.
Understood.
Mr. Co-Chairman, with all due respect, either I'm miscommunicating or you're mischaracterizing. I didn't ask him to drive down the price. I think that there's a whole host of things that could be done, all of which can be funded or some subset of which could be funded, and that subset would still meet the standard. That's what I'm talking about. We've chosen to just fund everything, and he's an expert. Say, well, you could do 18 different things, but if you did these 9, you'd still be adequate. It wouldn't be as good as having all 18, but it would still be adequate. I'm not asking him just to start hacking away at the price and get us below a constitutional standard. So if I communicated that, I apologize. I didn't get the nuance in there, but I think you're as aware as I am, as everybody is, that we only have so many dollars, and we've got to be a bit more discriminating in terms of what we fund. Anyway, thank you. I knew that would get us all riled up. Anything else before we log off for the day and we finish up? I know what else it is. We have to turn to staff. And Mr. Wilmarth, we'd asked you to keep track of all the requests of staff or consultants that came in during the course of the day, and to give us an outline who requested it and what they requested, so that we can keep track of how much resource Representative Harshman.
Well,
Mr. Co-Chairman, I just want to make sure are we scheduled for any public comment before we're done today?
Oh, you're correct. You're absolutely correct. My bad. Sorry.
Chairman, I hate to pour cold water on this, but we still have two smaller pieces left in the PICA Sodden presentation. It relates to just their work plan related to the case studies. They're gonna, Ms. Mulvaney Hoyer is gonna discuss that piece, and then also the work on the professional judgment panels. And then we have two folks for public comment. We have Mr. Brian Farmer, and then also Ms. Monteith from Park County School District number 1, or sorry, Park County
All
School
right,
District number 6.
I thought Picus and Otten had finished up. All right, let's go back to Picus and Otten.
Mr. Chair, we do have two more pieces to present, but I've been in touch with Dr. Hovey and Dr. Oden. If it pleases the committee, we would be happy to be the first thing on your agenda tomorrow morning as well. That would be your choice. We can do it either way.
I think we have a tendency sometimes to bog down a little bit. I'd appreciate, let's push on and get through those two elements so we can start with an agenda where we're on time in the morning rather than behind times.
Okay, Kathleen, I'm going to trust that you heard what the co-chair said, and we'll jump on the screen right away. I had just told her I thought maybe we weren't going to be doing this, so I'm sure she'll be there. I will share my screen and we'll get started on this right away. I see that Kathleen is here, so we're good.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm sharing my screen on the case studies, and we're going to work this so that you tell me when to switch screens. So I'll just pay attention and we'll proceed forward.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And let me just stay on this one screen for 1 second, this introductory screen, because I wanted to point out, I was very pleased actually earlier, Mr. Chair, to hear you asking some questions about the strategies that high-performing schools use and the resources that are required to implement those strategies, because that is the exact purpose of these case studies. And so I think that that's where I want to start, is just to point out that some of those, what I perceive to be very important questions that you were asking, are things that we intend to answer with this part of the study. So with that being kind of said as the purpose, let's go to the first slide. What I want to talk about today are the four key elements of our work plan. So just in the same way that Nate was not able to share any findings today, I won't be sharing any findings today, but I do want to walk you through 4 key elements. I'd like to talk about our sampling design, our sample, our data collection, and then our analysis plan. And on this first topic, the topic of sample design, I was also heartened to hear some of Senator Hutchings' questions, because I think that what I'm going to speak about will hopefully start to answer some of your questions about data and data use. So for our case study sample, we wanted to make sure that we were finding schools to study that at the very main criterion was that they had to demonstrate large gains in or consistently high levels of student performance by the 2018-2019 school year. And so we were looking at data, as you were asking, Senator Hutchings, we were looking at YTOP data to pick demonstrably high performing schools. In order to do this, we received data from the Wyoming Department of Education in February 2020. These data gave us school level percentages of students who were at or above proficiency in mathematics, English language arts, and science. And we had these data for a range of years. The years differed for the elementary level and for the secondary level, but we did have these for a period of time for both. For students in grades 3 through 8, so for the elementary schools, we had these data for the 2016-17 school year through the 2018-19 school year. So we were able to look at changes in the percentage of students at or above proficient in that 3-year time period. For the high schools, we actually had more data. We had data from the 2013-14 school year to the 2018-19 school year, and we were able to look at changes in the percentage of students who were at or above proficient on the YTOP, again, in mathematics, English language arts, and science from 2013-14 through 2018-19. So what we did was we calculated for every school in the state, every school that had at least 10 students, the percentage point change between those 2 points in time, the 3 years for the elementary schools and the 6 years for the secondary schools. And what we were looking at, and this gets back to Dr. Auden's point from earlier, we were looking for those schools that demonstrated really, really large gains. And the way that we operationalized that for this study was double digit. So they had to show double digit percentage point changes in the percentage of students at or above proficient. That's what we were looking for in terms of gains. We also really wanted to see if there were any really consistently high performing schools, and not just any consistently high performing schools, but were there any schools that were consistently high performing with students who are traditionally at a disadvantage? So those are the two main drivers of our sample. And then once we had a pool of schools that fit those that criterion, we wanted to make sure that our sample was diverse, because this is a study for the entire state. This isn't a study for a particular region or a particular type of school. So we wanted to make sure that we really represented the geographic diversity of Wyoming, the school level diversity. You have, as many states do, elementary school, middle school, high school, but you also have a lot of K-12 schools, a lot of combined schools. So we took that into consideration. We wanted to take into consideration the fact that school size varies quite widely in Wyoming, as you all know. And we also wanted to make sure we had a range of student demographics. So before we go on, the next slide is really going to show you the geographic range, but I want to stay here just for a second. Actually, if you don't mind, Larry, going back just really quickly. I wanted to give you a little bit of a flavor for how we met those diversity characteristics. We got schools from across the state. We'll show that in the map next. We do have a nice mixture of school level. Our sample includes 5 high schools, 1 middle school, 3 elementary schools, and 1 K-12 school. In terms of school size, our 10 schools range from a low enrollment, or the smallest enrollment of 83 students, to the largest enrollment of 1,737 students. So we really have we run the gamut there of the very small to the very large schools. And finally, we also have a nice range in terms of student demographics. And to pull just one particular characteristic, our schools range from 12% of students eligible for free and reduced price lunch at the low end to 45% of students eligible for free and reduced price lunch at the high end. So we really did try to get a range of characteristics. And Larry, if you'll go on, I'd like to highlight some of the geographic diversity that we were able to achieve with our 10 schools. So can we see the next slide, please? There we go. So I know that the words are kind of around the side, but if you can see the arrows pointing into the locations, we do have a nice mix of some schools at the north end of the state, the central and the south, as well as a mix from east to west. So as you can see, we have 1 in each of Sheridan 1, Sheridan 2, Sheridan 3. We have 1 from Bighorn 2 and 1 from Bighorn 3. We have a representative school from Teton 1, Fremont 6, Sweetwater 1, Albany 1, and Natrona 1. Let's go on to the next slide. I wanted to spend some time talking about our data collection procedures. Similar to what Nate and Simone discussed, we have had many, many conversations with educators, administrators, and other school staff across the state. And in a different way than the special education study, we were able to adapt to the online environment that we were facing due to the pandemic differently, because our data collection plan never actually involved any observations of schools, of classrooms, or of teaching practice. Our data collection plan was always going to be to do a document review and individual focus group interviews. So whereas that's a little bit of difference between the two sub studies that we've been talking about today, the special education study and our study was always going to be of documents and individual and focus group interview data. So when the pandemic hit, we were able to switch to a virtual data collection strategy, and that proved to be very effective for us, although it was extremely disappointing for myself and for my colleagues who had been excited to come to Wyoming and then were not able to do so. So personal disappointment aside, the data collection was able to proceed rather smoothly. What we did was collect data between March 2020 and May 2020 from school personnel, and in some cases, based on the context of the school we chose, some district personnel as well. Our data come from two main sources: documents and interviews, as the two primary bullets indicate. Some of the types of documents that we reviewed were staff lists, school improvement plans, and other things that school leaders, typically the principal, would send to us about curriculum, about instruction, about professional development. As you probably suspect, many schools and districts have really robust documents that describe, here are the different textbooks we use, here are our instructional approaches, here's the professional development that we rely on. And so we were able to gather that before the visits, usually, to inform our approach in the interviews. After we did the document review, or sometimes concurrently with the document review, we were able to have our interviews. They all took place over Zoom. We had 53 conversations with 192 participants across the state in those 10 schools. I wanted to give you a few statistics about those calls, and then I wanted to talk a little bit more about the content of those calls. So a little bit of statistics. These conversations ranged from 30 minutes as the shortest to 75 minutes as the longest, but really most of them were at a 60-minute mark. So most of our conversations were 1 hour long. The number of calls per school ranged from 3 to 10, but most schools were about 4 calls. We would have an individual interview with the principal and then a series of focus groups with the teachers. Sometimes, especially in larger schools, we did, focus groups with the administrative team as well, because there were lots of assistant principals who could share their perspectives as well. So we really tailored it to the site, but we always had a conversation with administrators and then conversations with teachers. And lastly, in terms of statistics about the kinds of people we talked to, I wanted to let you know that the number of people that we talked to at each school ranged from 11 to 35, and most was in about the teens to just early 20s range. So we talked to about that many people per school, which in many schools was the entire staff. So depending on the size of the school, we could talk to the entire instructional staff. We took a more targeted approach with some of our larger schools to talk to, a wide array of personnel with different content or subject area expertise. So for instance, in some of our larger high schools, we talked to department heads to make sure that we had representation from special educators, English teachers, math teachers, career and technical education teachers in all schools, in all secondary schools. So we try to get a range of perspectives. In each of these conversations, we used an interview protocol to conduct semi-structured interviews, whether they were for the individual or focus groups. We talked about a range of topics, and all of those things that would get back to your question, Mr. Chair, about their strategies. So we asked them things about their school and their community background. We talked, and especially we talked about this with the principals, we talked at length about their staffing levels, about the types of staff positions that they had in their school and how they deployed those personnel to meet the needs of their students. We talked about their student achievement goals and how they came up with those goals and how they, really attacked those goals, for lack of a better term. We talked about their schedules for the day, for the week. Things like, are you on a 4-day schedule? Or are you on a 5-day schedule? Regardless of if you're on a 4 or 5-day schedule, when do you start? When do you end? What does it look like for students? What does it look like for teachers? So we did a really deep dive into time use, both at the student and the teacher level. We talked very, very deeply about curriculum, about instruction. And what you'll see in the reports, and I'll talk about this a little bit on the next slide, is a deep dive into the types of curricular materials that these high-performing schools are using, the types of instructional strategies that they're using, the ways in which they collaborate to get to what Dr. Auden was saying, that professional school culture, the ways in which they work together to deliver the curriculum with the instructional strategies that they use. We talked at length about interventions for struggling students, academic interventions that gets to that question of tutoring, extended day, summer school, all of those questions. But also to talk about the behavioral interventions, because as we know, as we talked about through many of the sessions today, students are facing a lot of challenges now. And so we wanted to look at these high performing schools and ask, how are you serving your students, not only academically, but behaviorally as well? We talked about the assessments that they use in their schools. We talked about their professional development, be they kind of more formal professional development sessions or that job embedded, those professional learning communities that I know that you have read in prior reports. And finally, we talked about school culture. So these were the topics that we talked about with these 192 participants in our 10 schools. And I think it's important to note that our 10 schools were a mix of both of those criteria that I mentioned before, the large gains in student performance or the consistently high student performance. And it was very skewed toward the large gains. 9 of our 10 schools demonstrated double-digit percentage point changes in the the percentage of students at or above proficient on the Y-top. One of our schools was, we included one of the schools because it was consistently high performing. Across time, they were demonstrating over 80% of their students were at or above proficient. And it wasn't just that. This was a school that was high performing, which is obviously wonderful. And we want all of our schools to be high performing. We want all of your schools to be high performing. But this school was hitting that 80% or above with a population of students who was, I just want to say it correctly, 45% of their students were approved for free and reduced price lunch. So they were hitting that high mark with students who typically might need a little extra support to do so. If you'll go, Larry, to the last slide, I just have a few more things I want to discuss before I'll open it up for questions. We are currently in the process of analyzing the data. We're analyzing those documents and the results of those interviews and focus groups. We are using qualitative data analysis software to code what we are finding. And those categories of codes, the themes that we're using to categorize our interview data are mapped back to the topics of that protocol and are mapped back to those strategies that Dr. Auden was talking about before. The things like using job embedded professional development, really being data hungry, making sure that you're adopting a high quality curriculum, making sure that you're using high quality instructional standards. So those are the types of things that we are looking for in our interview data, and to see how schools do approach curriculum, instruction, professional development, student achievement assessments, and so on. What we plan to do then, once we have gone through and coded all of the information, we will develop a total of 11 reports. 10 of those reports will be school specific. So it will go through and say, for this school, here are the strategies they use. Here's a portrait of their school. Here's what they're doing. Here's what we're finding. We'll do that 10 times, one for each of the schools. In addition, we will also do an 11th report that will say, here are some themes across the schools. Here are the ways in which they are similar. Here are the ways in which they are different. And also, I think very importantly for this particular study, we will also be tying that very closely to the evidence-based model. And we'll be saying, what are we seeing here? Are we seeing that these high-performing schools are investing in strategies that are aligned with the evidence-based model? If so, in what ways are they aligned? If not, in what ways are they not aligned? And I hope, I think with some of the early indications that we're seeing, that we'll be able to dive deeply into some of what I found to be extremely interesting and extremely on-point questions that I've heard throughout the day. The questions of staff usage, the questions of what are your schools, which sorts of personnel are your schools using to provide services for which types of students and in what way? And I hope that these case studies will really shed light on what's actually going on in your classrooms, in your schools, in some of these really high-performing areas. With that, I'll take a step back and wait for questions.
Mr. Chairman, I think you were muted. I think you muted yourself again.
I did it on the phone. Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I wouldn't have mentioned this, but you highlighted geography as one of the components. And when I look at the map, it actually doesn't seem to be fairly distributed. Half the schools are up in that northern central 2 counties. The eastern part of the state's not represented. And I mean, if you hadn't highlighted geography, I wouldn't have cared, but I'm curious how you would respond to that issue.
Absolutely. Mr. Chair, Representative Schwartz, I think that's an excellent question. And I think that the way that I would respond is to say, given the pool of schools that met the main criterion of having extremely large, as we operationalize it, double-digit gains in student performance, or having really consistently high student performance with a high percentage of at-risk students, that was our base. You know, no school could be included if it didn't demonstrate one of those 2 characteristics. Given that as the base, this was the most geographically representative sample that we could achieve. So I think your point is well argued, or that's an excellent point, and I think it's accurate. But given what we had, I think that this was the biggest swath that we could. We were really intentional to try to put in some of to make sure that we had representation. I think our easternmost, at least easternmost, if we don't think of the north, was probably Laramie, I think, which I know isn't totally easternmost. We did get all the way to the west, but I think your point is fair.
Thank you. I mean, that's what I anticipated, but wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I saw Representative Summers. I didn't know if anybody else. Representative Summers.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Just quickly, I assume you'll benchmark your results against like what all districts are, averages. So if we were to say that all districts were 70, 80% compliant with the EB model, I don't know what that number is. In other words, they follow the model by 70% or 60% or whatever the number is. Then if you're trying to look and examine how these high performing do, how well they follow the model, you want to compare that against something else, right? Against the state average, and in other words, to find out to see if there's a difference, right?
I think, thank you, Mr. Chair, Representative Summers.
Please.
I think absolutely right that it's important to have a point of comparison. What we won't be able to do in this particular approach is to compare to the schools that weren't high performing because we didn't collect data from them. So we don't have a sense of the extent to which schools that weren't in the case study were following the elements of the model. I think that the comparison will probably be within the case study, or not probably, it will be. The comparison will be within the set of 10 schools. And so what will happen in the cross-case analysis, that 11th report that I was talking about, will be a comparison of those schools that we would hope that other schools would emulate, at least in terms of achievement, and say this set of schools is following more closely, this set of schools is not following as closely, or here are the ways in which there are similarities and differences. So I would suggest that I agree with you that comparison is really key. But the comparison will need to take place within the case studies schools and not without, because we don't have the data from the other schools.
Other questions from the recalibration? Please go ahead, Pikus.
Mr. Chair, thank you. What I would add to Kathleen's really superb answer there is recall early in our presentation on the evidence-based model, Alan went through 11 points of school improvement model that undergrid how we've developed the evidence-based model. And so the other basis of comparison is to what extent are the actions and the way the 10 high improving schools have organized their education, how does that match with our instructional model, or the theoretical thing that underpins our model? And to what extent do they do the things we think they are needed to be done, and to what extent are they different? And then it would inform our research even further. So the other comparison is really to the components of the model itself.
Okay, other questions or comments for Kathleen? from Recal. All right, I'll open it up to Joint Ed. Anybody on Joint Education have any questions or comments for Ms. Hoyer? All right. Thank you, Ms. Hoyer. Then we'll move on to the balance of the presentation by Picus and Auden.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I'm just getting the PowerPoints back up on the share so that I can finalize what it is that we've done. And I'm not quite, there it is. I was having a little trouble finding it there for a moment, so I apologize. But the next part of the thing is to describe briefly our professional judgment panels. And I carefully planned this out of respect for the time. I only have one slide to use to discuss. Earlier in our conversation, we talked about the fact that one of the other models that looks at school finance called professional judgment model. In fact, it was largely developed here in Wyoming when MAP did its original studies and made its original recommendations following the first Campbell decision. Professional judgment panels are a critical part of either of these studies. In a professional judgment model, they talk to panels and then build the model. We build the model and then get the opinion of professionals in the education community to tell us if it makes sense. I'm pretty sure I said this in our very first meeting in Gillette. I said that Alan and I know a great deal about school finance and about learning and improvement instruction and those sorts of things. We don't know very much about Wyoming. I'd like to believe we know a great deal more about Wyoming, but I would never ever try to pretend that I know as much about Wyoming as the members of the committee who are sitting here talking to us today. So, or the people who work every day in Wyoming schools and provide education to Wyoming's children. So our plan was to have 9 professional judgment panels, and that we would go to Wyoming and we would meet with those panels for a period for about a day, and there'd be 18 to 20 people on each panel. When it became clear that our panels were going to be virtual, we elected to double the number of panels and somewhat shorten the day and have fewer people at each panel. Our hope was that would enable us to get the same level of response and the same depth of information from people. We think we're going to be successful in doing that. The other advantage that comes to us in doing it this way is geography disappears as a barrier. Panelists can come from any corner of the state to any one of the panels, and so people are available. We've also, rather than do these over 2 very intense weeks during the summer, the panels have been spread out. Our first one was on June 15th, and our last one is near the end of July. So we'll have a great deal of time to listen to what we hear, and we what we ask people. And I'm quite confident that the education professionals in Wyoming will be quite good at listening to those who participate in these panels and feeding information to ensure that we hear everything everybody wants us to hear. Of the 18 panels that we plan to meet with, 12 of them will focus on sort of the core evidence-based model. That would be the core staffing, the staffing for struggling students, as well as the dollar per pupil resources. If there's time, we also move into the other parts of the model, but those were the principal focus. I believe 6 of those, our intent is to be composed entirely of teachers, and the other 6, we would have a roughly majority of the panelists would be teachers, and the others would be representative of site leaders, school district leaders, and other people in school systems to help us out. And when I say teachers, I mean broadly teachers, including counselors and coaches and other librarians and others who are in the schools. The remaining 6 panels, 2 of them will focus specifically on the needs of small schools. We found in our very first recalibration in 2005 that people were concerned about small schools and the special needs that small schools have in Wyoming. And the legislature has placed a great deal of focus on that throughout. So there'll be 2 focused specifically on small schools. 2 will focus on issues around the central office and maintenance and operations. Feedback on our model on staffing for central office, how maintenance and operations work, and whether there's enough resources in the model for those. We're also adding into those one other issue that's come up that we need to talk about, and we think would probably be at any of these panels where we want to discuss it, is school safety. In our past in our previous recalibrations, I meant to bring this up when I talked about the model earlier. We've suggested that model, that school safety should be provided by local police departments, because they would staff for the number of people in their area, and during school time, a large percentage of their population was in the school so that they could protect it. Time has told us that perhaps there are greater needs for school safety than there once were. So we're looking at a model that we had originally thought that SROs or school resource officers would be the way to go. In the last 3 weeks, I think we've looked at it to also include other options around what kinds of professionals should be in those schools and what options exist for small and remote schools. So we're working on a model for that. So that'll come up in those as well. And finally, we'll have 2 panels that will focus on the combination central office and small school districts. So we're really looking at what are the specific needs, small schools, small districts. And as we're finding in these conversations, many of these blend across all of these areas, and we certainly wouldn't stop a panel from talking and continuing to tell us what we want to hear about. We had estimated that each panel would meet for about 4 hours. We've completed 3 on the core and 1 for the central office. Our central office panel continued well on, just like this committee, well on past the ending time. Continued to get great information. We appreciated the support that we got and the information that they provided us. Our intent is to be done with these by the end of July, as I mentioned earlier. I can't give you a good sense of what we're going to conclude from what we've heard from the panels, but so far the people who have participated have been from a wide range of schools and school districts and have been very, very helpful in giving us information. I think one of the things that the state of Wyoming should most be excited about is the fact that people really seem to be familiar with the process, seem to know what the block grant model is and roughly how it works. And mostly what we hear are issues around ensuring that there are adequate resources in all of the parts of the model. But I'm very much amazed at the penetration that knowledge about this model has had across all corners of the public schools in the state of Wyoming. With that, Mr. Chair, that was my last. We have additional topics to talk about as well. I don't know if you want to have questions or if you would like me to talk briefly about the ECA, the RCA, and the salary analysis.
If that's part of the presentation that was on the schedule for today, then let's
Yes,
have
sir.
at her.
I'd be happy to do it. I don't think it'll take more than another 5 minutes or so. I mentioned earlier in the conversation about the evidence-based model itself that we wanted to be sure and talk about the fact that the model is only good, if you will, accurate the year that it's done. And in future years, you need to accommodate the effects of price changes. The state has worked with Lori Taylor, who's worked with the state in the past to build. She has a 4-part ECA that looks at components pertaining to salary, the salary component, which is the largest part of the model. There's a part for utilities. There's a part for the cost of school supplies and other things. And honestly, it's getting late in the day and I'm completely blanking on what the 4th component of the ECA is. Alan, you might want to jump in and tell me if you remember.
Mr. Chairman, Larry hit it. The personnel has 2 indices, one for professional staff and one for non-professional staff. So, and then utilities and supplies materials.
Thank you, Matt. No wonder I couldn't think of the other one. I had to split the personnel components. So I was in brief communication with Lori earlier yesterday. She indicated that the data she needs from the Wyoming Labor Department, the Wyoming other departments in Wyoming seems to be going very, very well and working quite smoothly. There's also a regional cost adjustment, which really tries to understand the differences in costs across districts in the state. Costs for purchasing services for housing for a range of things obviously in Jackson they're much higher than many other parts of the state, but they range throughout the state. As I mentioned previously, the current model uses a version of the Wyoming Cost of Living Index and a hedonic index that we computed for the 2005 study, and it takes the higher of those 2 or a value of 1 if the values go less than the state average on both of the other 2 models. So there's a test, and 1 of 3 are applied to the model. Dr. Taylor is looking at these again. She has proposed, and she's going to create a new hedonic index that looks at a variety of things. The other thing is in our previous work and looked at cost of living adjustments, that was, if you will, the state of the art in 2005. Since that time, largely through work that Lori Taylor has been one of the leaders of, much of this cost adjustment has come around to something called a comparative wage index. And that is, rather than try to look at prices of a wide range of baskets of goods, a comparative wage index looks at the wages of comparable jobs to require comparable education, comparable skills, and how those wages vary across the state, and then uses those variations to provide adjustments to the wage component of the model. So that the theory being that if it costs a certain amount of money to hire a teacher with a certain set of skills, if everything costs more in one part of the state than the other, then that certain amount of money is a little bit different in each of those 2 areas as well. And the model needs to adjust to that, so the states actually have access to the same quality labor pool. Chris Stoddard is conducting a salary analysis. We heard earlier today some discussion about concern that school districts are hiring fewer, particularly teachers, but fewer of the staff in many components of the model, in part because they're paying those employees, particularly teachers, again, more than the model provides in funding. And Dr. Stoddard's analysis is to look at both the how well the salaries that are currently in the model are holding up in terms of competitiveness and ability to find other teachers, as well as do an analysis of the level of salaries that districts are paying across the state.
Mr. Chairman, Larry, sorry to interrupt. I think Speaker Harshman is in the lobby. I think he got kicked out and is looking to come in. If so, would staff let him in? Sorry to interrupt, Larry.
Not a problem. I don't want Representative Harshman to miss any of this if he's there. As you recall, there was a brief conversation.
I think Representative. Okay, there. I just got to admit, is he in now?
I believe I see him in the bottom of my screen. He's moved out.
Okay, Representative Harshman's been kicked out of better places than this. So proceed, Mr. Pikus.
I will continue forward. In 2005, the year we did the recalibration, the state had provided teachers with that year a $5,000 or $6,000 bonus to all of their salaries. And that bonus was woven into the salaries in the model for all future years as a legislative decision. And at the time, that led Wyoming salaries to be substantially higher than the salaries for teachers across the other states in the region. There's been evidence over time that Wyoming's competitive lead has shrunk. Some argue that it is no longer got that advantage. Dr. Stoddard's research will give us an empirical look at how Wyoming salaries compare, and some look at how well school districts are doing it in being able to identify and hire teachers. There's been some concern in the professional judgment panels that it's been harder to find and pay for new teachers in recent years than in the past. So we'll have some other data to look at that. And then the other thing I was going to say is my understanding is their initial reports will be provided at the October meetings of the select committee. I believe we're coming back with the first view of our report at your September meeting. And then there's a meeting in December where I assume we present all of our final consolidated findings to you, and we'll proceed forward with your recommendations. That should be the end of my report, Mr. Chair. I apologize for forgetting that was there.
No, you're fine. You're fine. So questions on the presentation that we've just heard, or the balance of the Pikus presentation from members of the Recalibration Committee? Any questions? Okay, members have joined it. Oh, well, Representative Summers, question.
Mr. Chairman, are you going to kind of, I guess I'm hoping that, and I've been told by staff that they will be, I'm hoping that Doctors Pikus and Oden will be on tomorrow, and particularly towards the end of tomorrow. You know, one thing, and I think, Mr. Co-Chair, one thing that we talked about is, are there any other things that we want to look at, you know, not necessarily big expansions of study, but are there little things within even the elements that we want to know more about? And I think it'd be a good time for the committee to think about those things and provide them to Pikus and Oden. You know, one, for me, even though I hate the idea and I'd vote against it, but I have enough people that want to hear about it, is consolidation of districts or consolidation of district staff. And so I don't know if this is something that staff would do itself, or if it's something that Pikus and Oden, as they look at these elements, might consider. But I think there's, like I said, I'm not in favor of that. But there are people that are interested in that, and I think it's something that we need to turn over these rocks to find out if there's efficiencies. And so my question to either Matt or Doctors Pikus and Oden and my Mr. Co-Chair is, how would we go about kind of collecting that and then funneling a little more conversation? Matt, I'll just throw it at you maybe.
Well, Mr. Co-Chair, I thought we did determine that Pikus and Oden would be here through the balance of tomorrow's presentations. Is that incorrect, or is that correct?
Mr. Co-Chair, Alan and I are planning to attend electronically the entire meeting tomorrow. So we'll be here through the end of the day tomorrow. No problem at all. Even if you choose to go on beyond the ending time schedule agenda, we'll be here.
Does that adequately address your concern, Representative Summers?
It does, Mr. Chairman. I thought I would bring it up just so people could kind of think about tomorrow. You know, think tonight about what they may want to bring as questions, concerns, additional elements, whatever, for tomorrow's conversation. So, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from Recalibration panel? Okay, seeing none. Joint Education, any questions? Representative Simpson, welcome.
Thank you. It's been enjoyable watching the process today. Dr. Pikus, last summer, the Joint Education Committee evaluated the regional cost adjustment, updating that equation to be more accurate and more efficient with today's situation. And the committee failed to adopt that. When you go back into that, I just wanted you to be aware that we're still operating off of the old equation from, I think it was 2005, and not the current recommended equation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone else from Joint Education? Senator Coe.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to answer Representative Simpson, and I don't know if Matt was going to answer it or Larry or whoever, but that's only the hedonic index that is still 2005.
Okay, Senator Ellis. No? Any other questions? Joint Education or Recalibration Committee? All right, we have two folks waiting to give public comment, Brian Farmer and Peg Monteith Farmer. So let's go ahead and go to Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brian Farmer, Wyoming School Boards Association. The hour's late, the day's been long, so I will be extremely brief. I think everything that I want to talk about really has opportunity to be addressed later. So I just want to bring to your attention that there are some conversations that we would like to have. And I believe that the process will offer the opportunities. You talked about talent matters, where you get your talent, the availability of the talent, how you use it and how you develop it. I think we would like to have more conversation and be able to give some input to that. You've talked about salaries and what drives our markets. I think we'd like to talk about that. You've talked about measures of success, proficiency, and how you know if a system is doing what it should do. I think that's something we would like to talk about. You've talked about special education and why Wyoming might be unique, and I think that's something that we'd like to go further into. Mr. Chairman, there are a couple of new things. There are things that ought to be considered and ought to be thought about. The impact of the current pandemic. Certainly CARES has offered funding for that, but I can tell you that school in the fall is going to look different, cost different, and perhaps be different than what school was at the beginning of last fall. There is new data available. Some of the things that Drs. Pikus and Auden have looked at have used the most recently available federal data, which was 2017. The beginning of this month, the 2018 federal data became available. So there is new data to think about, to use. There are new regulations. The newest regulation on IDEA that came out from the U.S. Department of Education came out yesterday. So there's new stuff that I think ought to be talked about. And most importantly, Mr. Co-Chairman, you talked about the 40-some elements of the model itself and talking about those. There are a number of items that are not included in the model and ought to be talked about. Some items that are perhaps woefully underfunded by the model. Some you've talked about today, things like school safety, SROs, nutrition services, early childhood education, mental health resources, particularly those available in elementary schools. There was an estimate for the cost of implementation of computer science. I believe that the Department of Education has taken a look at that. There is not adequate funding for property and casualty insurance. There's not adequate funding for technology, personnel, or equipment. There is not full funding for extended day, summer school, instructional coaches, and perhaps assessment. So there are a number of pieces in addition to those components of the model that really do deserve further discussion, and we look forward to the opportunity to have that later in the process. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Monteith, got you
Good
here
afternoon.
somewhere.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh,
Good
there you are.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate the time to speak to the committee. Co-chairs Kinsey and Summers, I'm Peg Monteith, and I am currently serving as the interim superintendent in Park County School District number 6 in Cody. Prior to that, I was the special ed director, student services support for kids who have disabilities and at risk, and have had many years of experience in special education, including being at the state level. So I've lived through a number of recalibration efforts from sitting in many different chairs. I really would like to just say that I appreciated Dr. Levinson's presentation. I believe he was right on with what he's seeing across the country that's mirrored here in Wyoming. We've seen an increase in the number of students who have very significant social emotional support needs. And I can tell you from working both here in this district and looking at data at the state level as it came in from school districts, that behaviors, these challenging behaviors, are the biggest driver in out of district placements. And that is a cost that is extraordinary for districts in the state of Wyoming. So I think that's something to keep in mind. One other point I'd like to make, just to remind this committee that a word of caution in making any kind of categorical, I guess, deficits to special education is just remembering that we are operating, as Dr. Levinson said, under a number of statutes and regulations at the federal level as well as the state level. We have to supply assurances to the state every year that we are in full compliance with the IDEA and Chapter 7 rules. And they in turn have to provide those assurances to the US Department of Ed when they apply for IDEA funds. So knowing that services are based on the needs of our students with disabilities that are a result of that disability, we make those decisions to the best of our ability through a team process. And I just want to make sure that we don't end up with decisions that put us in jeopardy of not being in compliance with the IDEA. So I appreciate the time. I know it's late and I was seeing some yawns. So that is all I had, unless you have a question. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions? Any questions for Peg or for Brian? From the Recal panel or from Joint Education? No? All right. Ms. Monteith, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. Take care.
Okay, public comment. What's next up? I think it's the staff recap of requests. Would that be correct?
Mr. Chairman, I can run through those real quick for you. That should be the last item on our agenda for the day. We had several requests to Mr. Anderson on his legal analysis, and those related to how did the court define the best educational system, whether that was through performance or financial parity, and then how do other states recognize education as a fundamental right, strict scrutiny versus the rational basis, and then also kind of what the history is considered for the floor and how that was established. And then I have a follow-up on my presentation from Representative Barlow on how do districts really conform to the emphasis of grades 1 through 8 on mathematics and reading. And I'll work with the Department of Education to see if we can get some analysis on that. Then we also have a few more requests on Mr. Farmer to have him lay out his concept on the differential between the model salaries and actual salaries and the ghost teachers in the model. There are some requests to the consultants on the reasonable success for student performance. What is a reasonable success for student performance? And regarding what specific in literature has changed in the past 5 years, 5 to 10 years. And then also some analysis on the increase in scores on NAEP and other assessments and how they relate to the increase in funding rather than effect sizes. And then we also have some information on, and I think I took this from Representative Summers on the last comment, looking at collecting information on consolidation of districts and district staff, and we can address that tomorrow in that conversation. Regarding specific requests on the special education, I took it as Mr. Levinson was going to address each of those in their report. I think the one question from Representative Connolly on parent or public participation, I think they're taking that under advisement. So I think I'll look to them to follow up at future meetings on how they may be able to accommodate that. With that, Mr. Chairman, that's it.
All right, I'd like to circle back and just touch on something we did at the beginning of the day. As Representative Summers emphasized, we are interested in public comment, and because it's Zoom under the original guidelines, those requests had to be in by 3:30 on Tuesday. But as people listen to this, they may have ideas, they may not have sent something in, or they may have this deadline, they want to be heard. And so I would urge you, if that's the case, to email Karen Vaughn at wyoledge.gov. She's our staff member for the committee, karen.vaughan@wyoleg.gov. And she'll get those requests to myself and co-chair Summers so that we can make sure that anybody who really wants to provide input has that opportunity. Tomorrow, Representative Summers will be chairing the meeting. And I guess before we adjourn for the evening, does anybody else have anything for the good of the cause? Albert, you have anything you want to add? It's been a productive day. We covered a lot of ground. I appreciate the consultants, staff, and all members of both committees for your rapt attention. And I look forward to, Senator Bebout.
Yeah, very briefly, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, I won't be able to be involved tomorrow, but boy, there's a lot of great comments today, and I'm sure the committee will ask all the correct questions tomorrow, and I'll look forward to joining you at the next meeting.
Thank you. I just wanted to note one thing. It was clear the leadership sent out the rules for the meetings that we were supposed to comport ourselves as though we were live, but I noticed Senator Koch had his jacket, and Representative Schwartz was shortly there. Senator Hicks is just a complete breakdown in discipline. Let's just avoid that tomorrow if we could. Everybody have a great evening.